80 tons, and they're cut from a quarry hundreds of miles away, some of them, move through the mountains. Like, how? So that's crazy. And imagine we think, well, this is the height of crazy. Well, you go under the surface of it, below the ground, you get, what is this 2-kilometer deep structure?
Yeah.
That's even crazy. That makes that look simple, right? It's, well, then these people are just moving stones. How the fuck did they get it through the water?
What I think of when I hear that is, could you imagine the hunting back then?
Oh, my God.
Epic.
Probably. But you have shitty bows. You didn't have a nice bow. You didn't have a
could
bow.
You imagine?
Yeah.
If you had a sick bow.
Oh, my God. If you had a modern bow back then.
Yeah, there's two things that I thought of. But you know, when bears get old, they get a crease in their skull.
Yeah.
So it's like when you're talking about that skull, I was wondering if it was age related. I don't see how the lines would disappear. But
no, the lines wouldn't disappear. That was the argument of this video that I was watching. See if you find any of those elongated skulls of Malta. There was.
Apparently, I'm seeing urban legend. They talked about 10 years ago. They were on display. They weren't on display.
Yeah, but they're definitely not an urban legend, because I was watching an actual archaeologist discussing these things, and then there was an alternative guy that was discussing it, saying that the issue is with these lines in the skull don't exist in these skulls. But they were all admit that these skulls, well, there's different ones. This is Ancient Aliens.
I just Googled Malta skulls.
Go with
they're all. That's what I'm saying. There's different stuff that comes up all the way from Malta websites that talk about it. This is something that people want to go see.
Right. Let's click on that one. See if they have any images on display, because like this is accepted by archaeologists that there's, because beings have been doing weird stuff. So that's it right there. So you see how that skull has that line through the top? Most skulls have a line straight down the middle too. That's how human skulls are. So this is weird. These are now also. Here's the thing. Could totally be a human that has genetic anomalies. Right. Like there's these people in Africa that they call them ostrich feet people. Yeah. There's this weird genetic anomaly that this whole village has, where their feet, instead of having 5, like a big toe and 4 little toes, they have like branched off like an ostrich. Like it looks really strange.
And that's real?
Yeah. It's totally real, and it's real today. But it's a genetic anomaly, and it's been passed on through, these people in this one tribe, in this one area. So it's like someone had it. So it could be that, right? It could be that skull looks because these people were just born weird.
Right, yeah.
Some people are born with giant noses.
Yeah.
Some people have huge heads.
Yeah.
Some people are like 7 feet tall for no reason.
Big dicks.
Yeah, giant hogs. It's like we vary.
Afflicted with that.
Yeah. Humans vary quite a bit. So it could be that's why that skull looks that way. But it is absolutely fascinating. And one of the things that they keep finding is new versions of human beings, which is really weird. Like they found the Denisovans. I think they found those in like 2010. And then there was, what is the recent ones, Jamie, that we were talking about that have the big heads? They're these big-headed, like, not Homo sapien, but like cousins of Homo sapiens, that they just found these like really recently, within the last few years. They're like, okay, we thought these were Denisovans. This is a totally different branch. And so there's multiple branches of human beings that coexisted along with Homo sapiens and Neanderthals for a long ass time. Yeah. Scientists may have discovered a new form of ancient humans known as large head people. So this is in December of 2024. The Juluren, large-headed people. So they took like these skulls and tried to make like a recreation of what they look like. They look like these jacked looking hairy cave people. They look pretty badass. That's not her. She looks hot. She doesn't look anything like that. You wouldn't survive back then if you looked like that.
No.
See if you can find like an image of what they recreated, because the image looks pretty cool.
So where does hunting videos fit in your YouTube algorithm?
No, I watch those too. Oh. That's I watch all yours, of course. I watch a lot of different. I was watching some of Remy's videos last night. That one and the one right there. Yeah. There's a video of one standing up. See if you can find images. There's one that we looked at before where the dudes are standing up and he looks super. Yeah, that's it. So this super jacked,
God, I would hate
hairy
to see
dude,
that guy out there.
thick ass bones,
Yeah,
like Neanderthals. Like they were way different than us. They were way more jacked than us.
he looks like a beast, doesn't he?
You had to be to survive.
And he made an arrowhead. It looked like he had in his hand or something.
Yeah, something. You know, I mean, Neanderthals, they did art. You know, they made cave art. Some of the cave art they know for sure was Neanderthals, and some of it is pretty
Slightly
sophisticated.
different rendering.
Whoa, that's what they looked like.
Fred Flintstone kind of.
Bro, those things would have fucked us up. Imagine that guy in the UFC. You'd be like, oh, Jesus. Imagine the guy on the right has to fight the guy on the left. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
Not good.
So this is like this big, dense. It's kind of weird that we survived. Especially if you look at some of those marathon runners. Like, imagine those people survive while that thing's around. Those things probably ate people. Like, look at that's what they think they looked like.
God.
Fuck.
Yeah, that'd be rough.
Super dense, giant, jacked human beings.
Oh.
That one in the corner was walking to the right, far right. Yeah, look at that. Like, that's what they think they look like.
Yeah.
Fuck that. Imagine you walk through the woods, you see that dude there.
That's what.
Fuck.
What is fascinating to know is like that's what I do like about the endurance stuff that we're doing is those people. Imagine how far they can get in a day.
Oh yeah, probably hundreds of miles.
And so nowadays we're so far the other way.
Yeah.
Where if you walk a mile, you've done something.
Well, you're eating everything in the middle of the supermarket, and you're watching video games, playing video games all day. Some kids aren't even playing video games; they're watching other people play video games.
That's what's like. It's pretty cool to think about. We're still making our bodies go. Say this 250-mile race. I mean, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, it is cool.
But back then, they probably did that shit all the time.
All the time.
So we're built for that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
They probably had to.
Oh, of course they had to, but like humans as a species are built for endurance. So that's what I like about those events.
Right.
It's like, this is what we're supposed to be doing.
Well, persistence hunting. You know, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Where you just chase an animal down because animals don't sweat and people do.
Right.
So you can't outrun them in a sprint.
No.
But if you just keep chasing them, eventually they die.
Yeah, stay on them.
And then you just stab them when they're out of breath and you eat them.
You got to be either an open country where you keep eyes on them or be able to track them really well.
Isn't that crazy that was a strategy that humans employ? Just chase them until they run out of. They can't
still
run
do it.
Yeah.
I think they still do it.
I bet that's where some of the best marathon runners come out of too.
Yeah, for sure.
You know.
Yeah, they're so good at tracking in Africa because of that. It's just like they can stay on those tracks with no blood or anything because that's the name of the game. Keep your eyes on them.
Yeah, and
wear them out.
That's what's always fascinating to me, how guys can just look at the ground and see footprints where I don't see shit.
Yeah. And
some guys that are just really good at it, man.
Yeah, I mean, they can follow tracks like across just solid rock. And it's just looking at little scuffs. They can see little scuffs from the hooves.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I've been over there, hunting quite a bit, and I would sit just as you just said, like, what are you seeing? And so I would ask them. It's hard because they speak Swahili, so it's hard figuring it out. But I was there for 3 weeks one time, so I kind of got dialed in. But so I would ask, what are we looking at here? What are you seeing? Or it's just how grass will go a certain way, and then if it's not that certain way, it's because something made it. Something pushed it out of the way. Even if it's just a little bit of grass. Yeah. You just look for these moments. The small little tells. Wow. Yeah. So it's like that's another reason why I love the mountains, love being out. It's just, you have to be if you're going to be good at it, in tune with everything. You have to be sensitive to almost everything. That's how you can get within bow range of an animal and get it killed, or find it after you put an arrow in it. It's like you're just deciphering all this information. Yeah. Some people are good, some people are, but mostly it's experience related. Those people in Africa have learned from the best trackers there are. We haven't had to be that good here, but I've wanted to develop that skill and just get better. But it's noticing the minute details. Someone had a really good argument. Do you remember who it was, Jamie, where they were talking about the invention of the bow and arrow
and they were saying the odds of this happening simultaneously all over the world are very unlikely. And that what's much more likely is that someone developed that technology and was traveling.
Mm.
And that when you go back to the earliest use of the bow, which I don't know when that was. Do you know when that was?
Mm-hmm.
Let's guess. What would you guess? How many thousands of years ago did they figure out the bow and arrow?
Oh my God.
3,000?
I would say. I mean,
it has to be before pyramids.
Yeah.
The pyramids are 5,000 or 4,500. That's the conventional. I mean, so many people think it's older than that.
Let's say 10,000.
10,000 years for the bow and arrow. So that means that someone had to be traveling, because like the Native Americans had it, the Polynesians had it, like everybody had it, right? The Africans had it, like everyone had the bow and arrow. Europeans had it.
What was Mongolians?
Well, that was the 1200s. The rise of Genghis Khan was like the 1200s, 1200s to the 1300s. Yeah, they had crazy bows.
Yeah, they did.
They had 160-pound pull.
Bows.
Yeah, they were fucking people up with those bows.
Yeah.
Those guys, they say that their skeletons were distorted. You know, like I'm talking about, like I'm trying to balance out my body because I'm pulling too much.
Their forearm would get.
Yeah, everything was jacked. Their shoulders, their back, everything was like torqued and twisted.
Mm-hmm.
What was so let's guess. What did we say?
I said 10.
10,000 years?
You said?
I'm going to say 5.
Okay.
I believe what I just stumbled across is the earliest people known to have used bows and arrows were the ancient Egyptians, who adopted archery in approximately 2800 BC.
Okay, so roughly 4,800 plus years ago, roughly guessing. So how does it get to North America? How do those people get it? So if the Native Americans, if we have evidence of human beings living in New Mexico 22,000 years ago, when did they pick up the bow? Who got it to them? Because by the time Columbus came in the 1400s, they already had it. So where'd they get it? Who taught them that?
Yeah.
Where'd they get it? Did they figure it out independently to put feathers as fletchings and to put a... Yeah, look at that cool picture from Egypt. Wow. That's crazy. Right, so were the Egyptians traveling all the way to North America? Like who?
I don't know.
Who figured it out first?
They had some sick stuff.
But do you remember who it was, Jamie?
I changed the question, so I went down the other rabbit.
It was a fascinating conversation because I never considered it until they brought it up. They said, I don't think the bow and arrow just... he goes, I think that's technology that was shared, which is a great argument for world travelers.
Yeah,
way before.
I was thinking about, was there land bridges that we don't know about? I don't know.
Well, there definitely was. If you go back 11,000 years ago, I mean, that's when people were walking across the Bering Land Bridge, and
Michael Waddell.
Oh, Michael Waddell. Was it him that was saying that? Look, I'm wearing the same shirt. What is the odds?
Well, you guys, I know you guys are talking about, Pope and Young went over on the boats and remember they took tubs of arrows?
Yeah, because they're just slinging them.
And they're going to be gone for 7 months?
Yeah.
And then Waddell had some great stories about talking to his wife about, hey, I'm going to go hunt and be back next year. Because it's so long of a boat ride.
Man. Yeah. Yeah, just the people getting in boats back then was so nuts.
I just know that, Fred Bear has that quote, the history of archery is a history of mankind. I always think of that. So as long as man's been around, we've had to kill. The archery equipment is...
Well, it must have just completely opened up the door for having more kids, for being able to survive and feed your family. Because if you're just stabbing things, you got to get so close. And then you get an atlatl. Okay, how far can you throw that?
Yeah.
But then if you got a bow, now all of a sudden, all those fuckers over there are in trouble. Yeah. And they don't even know yet. They don't even know what to look out for. And this thing's whistling through the air.
Contradictory information.
Oh, what is this? The 4 waves of bow and arrow use in North America. This occurred at 12,000. Whoa. 12,000. 12,000 years ago.
Yeah, so I started going down this hole, and
so it's pre-Egyptian
BC then?
I don't know what.
No, 12,000 years ago is 10,000 BC.
I think they found bows in different places.
Whoa.
But
That's nuts.
I don't know for sure.
12,000 years ago.
Yeah, see the Alaska Peninsula.
Right. So again, 12,000 years ago, now it makes sense that people are walking. So people from Asia could walk over. I mean, maybe it was made in Asia.
Yeah.
But
30,000.
30,000.
I don't know what the evidence of that is.
Subarctic people first brought archery bow with them to North America from Asia 30,000 years ago.
Wow.
Okay, how?
How?
So 30,000 years ago, people were supposedly dumb as shit, and like, how are they figuring out how to make a stick fly through the air with a string
and kill things with it?
Yeah,
Welcome.
and hunt. Mongolian people were the first
How are
to
you?
adopt the bow in the southwestern region.
What's new, Ambience? Hello, Ambience, can you hear me? Ambience. Can you hear me? Well, Ambience, I hope you're having a good day. Feel free to speak if you wish. Oh, great. How'd you find out about me, Ambience?
I was just like blue sky, and I saw like some random guy.
Absolutely. Perfect, man. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Did you say that's okay?
Yeah.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Welcome. Oh, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been live streaming 24/7 since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. I have more data online than any person in global history. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother, Ambience? That's okay. Well, just so you're aware, I'm live on 18 different YouTube streams 24/7, essentially creating the world's largest timeline or time capsule. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. People don't know this, but data overtook petroleum as Earth's #1 resource in 2018, and I have more data online than any person ever, which means that I may be a very influential person someday. And when that happens, I'm going to help you, I'm going to help your friends, I'm going to help your family to not only be financially independent if you're not already, but to have generational wealth, and then eventually start charities and perhaps even philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound, Ambience?
That's something else.
Absolutely. I talk about other things that I feel are going to help the world, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, solving world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to end world thirst. I am part of a cryptocurrency. That's what all my merch is. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's a big, long name, but it's worth about $100 million. And what it does, what we do as a project is we build wells in developing nations, such as in Nigeria, where we've built wells in villages to help people. We'll help those continue those kind of projects, but I'm also an advocate for the Lifestyle program, but most importantly, I'm an advocate for desalination technology, pumping Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. Other things that I talk about are things like quantum computing, cryptocurrency, things like alien disclosure, and perhaps nuclear fusion, nuclear fission. I'm an advocate for things like de-extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France, that when extinct, scientists were able to de-extinct it. And fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Bioscientific, is founded. They made it their goal within the next 3 years, or by 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing African elephant circs. I just think this is mind-blowing mind-blowing goal, and they've already got a type of direwolf back into fruition, back to fruition. They did this within the last few months. Actually, I think now those direwolves are like 11 months old. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth in the Arctic Circle, they reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the doe, which I just think is a really interesting project. Other things that I talk about that are going to help you specifically, and they're all with your consent. If you don't want any of this, you don't have it. If you don't want money, then if you don't want what I'm about to talk about next, you don't need it. That's fine. But the next thing is life extension technology. When you were born, ambience, the average expectancy was probably about age 80, age 100, 120, I feel, is going to be achievable for you with types of technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like perhaps nootropics, things like cryonics, cryogenics, cold shock therapies, uh, things like ambrosia therapy. But eventually you may get to be 120 years old and you may say, Rabbi, everything that you said came true. It's been wonderful. I don't want my life to end. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. You may be able to utilize and afford a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, again, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you, Ambience, is that you may be able to have a digital immortality in the future. What are your thoughts on all of that I just said?
That's a lot.
Yes, it is. Everybody says that. You can see how passionate I am about these subjects. I have more person in global history. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. You found out about me from Kick, or apologies, from Blue Sky, and you know that I'm starting to get pretty well known on Blue Sky, and people are finding out about what I do. And just like you, I'm going to help you when the time is right. And if you want my help, if not, that's absolutely fine. But you should know more than anything that I tell about, which I tell people. I'm here to be a positive influence on the world. I'm here to really be optimistic and just to give people hope. And so if there's anything that you ever need, Ambience, I'm always here to be able to support you in any of your endeavors. How's that?
That's all. Like checking on a little bit later.
Absolutely. Hey, thank you so much for coming in. Please spread the word. That's all I ask, okay? Take care.
Region of what is now called the United States. Whoa. Mogollon, not Mongolian. Mogollon. I don't even know who they are.
2,000 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's after Jesus.
30,000 years ago is nuts.
But
it's like, how does that get all around the world? It's
don't know.
really interesting because it's not like there's a bunch of different versions of it.
Yeah, because the physical characteristics of this bow are striking in several respects. So it's like,
Yeah.
No, it doesn't say what that is.
That's a recurve.
No, I just mean like when they found
Oh,
it.
Right.
yeah, I thought that they were saying that no matter where they found these bows, they were all very similar.
Right. They had the fletchings.
It goes to your point of how did that information get around the world?
How did they figure that out?
Yeah.
First recorded use of archery bow occurred quite early in human history. Images from the Paleolithic and Mesolithic cave paintings, 10,000 BC. In Spain and France depict groups of simple silhouetted figures using the bow as both a weapon of combat and the hunt. See if you can find some of those images. The Mesolithic.
Yeah. Okay.
That's that one documentary, The Cave of Dreams. It's a Werner Herzog film. I think that's what it's called. Is that you down there?
Looked like it.
Whoa.
Isn't that sweet?
That's crazy.
So,
Look at that one. Go to that one. That one right there. Whoa. That's crazy. 7,000-year-old bow and arrow painting.
God.
Wow.
That's what, anytime I get those people in there for lift, run, shoot, and Wayne starts talking to him at the bow rack, he's just like showing them how to shoot a bow, and people are like, they get it. He's like, feels familiar, right? He goes, because that's what man's always done. That's why it feels familiar. So it's like people who have never done it, all of a sudden are like, they're like, oh, this stirs something up in them.
It does resonate, right?
Yeah.
It does resonate with your DNA.
It just you can tell.
You know what I tell people? It's like you know when you catch a fish, like even when kids catch a fish.
Yeah.
I remember when my daughter caught her first fish. The excitement is genetic. Oh, you got one, you got one. Because
how do you know you're supposed to be excited?
Right. Why are they excited?
Yeah.
Why is it exciting to catch a fish? But because it's programmed into your DNA from the time we were figuring out how to catch fish, that if you caught a fish, you get to live.
Mm-hmm.
You get to eat it. So you get a reward. Your body gets excited about catching that. That's that same feeling. That's why people like when they can shoot something and it hits the spot.
Yeah.
It's not like throwing a basketball through a hoop. That's kind of fun, but it doesn't have the same feeling.
No.
There's a feeling of archery when you hit something. It's like, oh, yes.
Yeah, you see an animal, you're like, I wonder if I could hit that with my arrow.
Yeah.
You just want to shoot at stuff.
Yeah. Well, I was at the zoo the other day. I was sending you pictures.
I know.
Like,
Yeah.
I zoomed in on animals, put a
That's
little
just
red
what.
dot. Yeah.
I mean, I'm driving and I see horses, cows, whatever, and I'm like, I see cows, legs forward. I'm like, oh God, I could get an arrow right now, right in the lungs there. Perfect. It's just that's just what you kind of program your brain to see.
Right, but it's also like the same drive that leads you to run all these miles to be at your best, and that also makes you concentrate on being accurate at archery all the time, thinking about archery all the time. If you don't, you won't be as good as you can be. If you want to be as good as you possibly can be, you have to kind of think about it that way.
All encompassing.
Yeah, that's
all encompassing.
Take over your fucking brain.
Yeah.
Imagine if you can get those people from back then to like, let me show you some shit.
I would love
this. This is called a hog father.
I've wanted to go over, like, there's these people that have, God, what tribe is that have an Instagram page? I think they wear the red stuff. I think in Africa. I think I've sent you that.
Yes,
I want to go and hunt with them so fucking
Maasai?
bad. Yes, Maasai.
Yeah,
I want to go over there so bad and just hang out.
They would probably freak out when they saw your bow. Like, what are you doing?
I know when I went to Tanzania, I would just shoot at like they put up like a buffalo quarter.
Hadza also do
the Hadza too. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
that's the people that David Cho went over and hung out with, right?
2.3 million followers.
Whoa, interesting.
Influencing.
Yeah, there's an influencer. What's that lady doing there? The upper left lady. What's she doing with the Hadza? Well, yeah. Let's wrap this up, Kim. Your book, perfect title, undeniable, perfect title. Really is one of the things that we always talk about. Like, got to be undeniable. Yeah. It's perfect name.
I just think it captures what we're trying to do in life.
Yeah, what everybody's trying to do in life. If you're really trying to do something well, you know, you're gonna have some haters. What's the best way to silence haters?
Win.
Be undeniable.
Be undeniable.
So if you're talking shit, you just look like an idiot. You just look like a fool.
Here's what I've learned. This is probably going to hit pretty hard. I don't know if you've ever heard this before, but it pays to be a winner. No, undeniable to me, it's like the people I've had on. I've learned so much from, you're featured in the book, but it's like what makes people undeniable? What allows people, regardless of what they do, to rise to the top? And there's certain characteristics of each person, and what it is, it's like they have this overwhelming passion for whatever they're doing. It's like that's all they care about. It's all they think about. Rocky Marciano, Goggins, whoever you know of. You think of like a person's name doing something, they're obsessed with whatever they're doing.
Speaking of obsessed, I'm obsessed with getting something right. I think the sagittal crest is actually the peak of the skull that gorillas have. I think I fucked that up. I think there's a different word. I was looking for a different word for those cracks in the skull. It's not sagittal crest. I think the sagittal crest is that thing that separates like what a gorilla skull looks like versus a chimpanzee skull. There it is. Yeah, that's the sagittal crest. That's that ridge bone.
Yeah.
So what are those lines called? It's a suture. That's right. That's what they call it. So there's a coronal suture, and then there's the other one. That's a fucking heads are weird. Imagine that's a person.
I
How
know.
fucking weird that is. See that weird? So that's what a normal person looks like. They got that weird line. Oh, that's what. So it's peridial foramen. So that's the sagittal suture, and then there's this other suture.
Lambdoid.
What's that other suture called?
See that lambdoid on the left there?
Yeah, lambdoid suture and the sagittal suture.
Yeah.
So that's what the sagittal is, the line that they're missing, the one that goes up the men. That's look at that gorilla head in the lower right hand corner. Oh, fucking cool. Gorillas almost have like a mohawk in their skull because they have this giant muscles for chomping on fucking roots and shit.
And you'd never, if you hit that fucker in the head, it wouldn't do anything.
Oh, laugh at you. Have you ever seen there's a 3D image? We could end with this because people always say, how many fucking people do you think it would take
to beat a
gorilla?
Yeah.
Well, guess what? It literally doesn't matter. So somebody made like a you know how they do like recreations, like let's find out. So they showed what would happen. I just sent it to you, Jenny. They showed what would happen if 100 dudes tried to fight a gorilla. Spoiler alert: 100 dudes get fucked up. Look at this. This is what it would look like.
Oh my god!
Like the gorilla's trying to run, it just turns around, just starts fucking people up.
Holy shit!
Yeah, you got no chance.
Could you imagine taking a big right from that thing?
I would watch the first couple dudes take a right, and I would take a left. I would be like, "See ya." I don't think gorillas are gonna chase me.
You just got to get his back.
Nope.
If he did get on his back, he would just grab you with one arm and throw you fucking 50 yards.
He would grab you, and his grip would break your fucking rib cage. It would his fingers would probably penetrate your skin and go right through to your organs.
Hey.
Look, he's just fucking all these people up. Boom, boom.
That guy took a couple in a row.
Russia's probably tried this already. They probably already had. Look at this. All these other guys are like, oh, I'm going to give it a shot. I'm going to give it my best.
Solid pay-per-view.
Yeah, why are these guys still there?
I don't know.
Because they're being forced. Look, he's running, trying to little bitch-ass hammer fist hit that gorilla.
It's not, if you get your kind of bell rung a little bit and you're kind of dazed and then you're just standing there.
Look how far everybody flies, too, when he hits him. Boom!
That would be a good one to end on, but here's what we really need to end on, because last time Endure was like the #1 seller and they put it number 7 or something on New York Times. So we need we need #1. We deserve #1. We should be #1 this time.
You didn't get #1 because of some weird shit. It's not
because the New York Times bestseller list is an editorial.
Yeah, that's what's weird.
If it just goes based on sales, Endure would have been up there, but they gave me number 7. So
you're crazy. That
just give me what I deserve.
Why
this
lie?
time.
Why are you lying?
I don't know.
If you're gonna have a top 10, why lie? You're lying. You can't decide that this one's a top 10 because it's made by a transgender person of color.
Is it
better?
I don't know if it helps me to call them out or
no. They're gonna fuck you no matter what. But America will know. But on Amazon, that's not curated, right?
No.
So that'll be
sales.
legit.
That's
that'll be sales. That'll be legit. So that's the one that should count.
But yeah, I mean, the whole point. Also, I wanted to also end on. I wouldn't have had the success with those books if not for you. You wrote the foreword to Endure. It made the New York Times bestseller list. You know as well as anybody, the next book, if you can say from the New York Times bestselling author of Endure, that just makes the next one go crazy. So without you, this wouldn't have happened.
Well, without you, I would have never been bow hunting. So,
and we wouldn't own Archery Country.
Yeah, we wouldn't own Archery Country. All right, let's bring it home. Endure, it's out now?
It's out May 6th.
May 6th.
No, Endure's out.
Oh, excuse me. Undeniable is out May 6th. Today is April 29th. So wait a week.
Tuesday.
Did you do the audio version of it?
I did.
Yes.
I did.
Yes.
It was tough, but people love it.
Yeah, they do. They want it in your voice. It has to be. It has to be in your voice.
Well, Joe, thank you.
My pleasure, brother. I love you to death. You're the best. All right. Goodbye, everybody.
Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Let's go. Jose, my man.
I cannot believe I'm here.
I can't believe you're here either.
I'm so happy, Joe. I remember when, people began telling me, hey, Joe Rogan. And I was like, oh, Joe Rogan, what? Because I'm always lost, right? Yeah, Joe Rogan loves Bazaar.
Yes.
Loves Bazaar in Las Vegas.
It's my favorite restaurant in Vegas.
Loves Bazaar meat in Las Vegas. And I'm like, really? Shit. And you're happy every time you listen that anybody likes your restaurant.
Well, your restaurant is set up so good. When you walk in, those Argentine grills are going with the live wood fires. Oh, and you smell the steaks right when you walk in. Oh, it's perfect honeypot. Because if you're not hungry, you get hungry the moment you walk in the door.
So Bazaar, I opened first one, oh my God, over 15 years ago in LA. In this hotel, amazing hotel, SLS, by Philippe Stark. Sad Nazarian was the brains behind the whole project. And the restaurant just became, wow, big hit in LA. It was a crazy place. It was like Alice in Wonderland, like Joe in Wonderland. But then when we were opening SLS, the same hotel in Vegas, we were like, let's do Bazaar, but something else. And obviously what everybody loves in Vegas is a meat place. So we got the spirit of the original Bazaar, same dishes, the whimsy, the cotton candy foie gras, the Philly cheesesteak that you eat in one bite, but we brought meats from different parts of the United States, different parts of Spain, Europe, Iberico pork, big grills, and was kind of fancy. You could go fancy. You could go cotton candy and cones of caviar, which, by the way, I have here some cones if you're hungry later. But then you can go and you eat a steak. That's it.
Why is Vegas a big meat place?
It feels like there's a lot of steakhouses.
A lot of steakhouses, yeah. Not a lot of great ones, though.
A lot of women. Overall, it's good. I'm not gonna be the one saying.
There's a few that
you can. I'm not gonna be the one.
There's a couple of good ones.
I'm not gonna be. I mean, listen, it's great chef. My friend Tom Colicchio has one.
What's that one?
Tom, I don't even know. He's so many casinos. I don't know. But Tom Colicchio, the chef. Wow, you know everything.
Yeah, that's the one we've been to at MGM.
Oh, that one's great. Yeah, that one's
Tom,
great.
and Tom is a great guy.
Great. What's it called? Craft steak? Is it
Craft?
Yes.
It's a craft one. And I think Wolfgang Pack has another one. Anyway, it's many other ones with names, with chefs behind, with no chefs.
Yeah.
Big name chefs.
I like
name.
Cleavers.
Yeah, I've not been.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah, people, this is good you mentioned that, because when we go Vegas, we stay in the casinos, and we go to the casinos, hotels, and that's it.
Yeah.
And me, I've always been a big fan of saying, it's okay, but make the effort to leave the casino,
Yes.
leave the strip, and also visit some of the other restaurants.
Yeah. You gotta travel a little bit.
Because they deserve that we visit them too. Vegas is the casinos, but Vegas, like every other city in America, every other city in the world, is so much more.
Right.
We all go to the Wizard of Oz. Yeah, here we go. That's it. Nothing else. No. Go beyond the obvious.
Yeah.
And you're going to discover great things. But Bazaar, I'm moving Bazaar.
Where?
To the Venetian.
Oh. Well, that other casino's going to starve then. They're going to fall apart.
No,
it's the only reason why I went
it's
there.
a good casino. It's a good casino. And they do a good job. The Sahara and the owner is a good guy. And we need to.
I'm sure.
And they're going to put a great concept there too.
And
And
I will replace Bazaar
I don't know
with?
yet. They didn't announce. If I can, I will help them. I've been helping them. But I'm moving
to the Venetian.
Bazaar meat to the Venetian.
And when is that going to happen?
At the end of this year.
Okay.
Soon. You'll be there.
I'll be prepared.
You'll be invited.
I'm going to come.
You'll
for
be
sure.
invited.
That's my favorite place to go in Vegas.
I'm very happy because it's almost, I don't know if it's the same as when a player moves to a new NBA team. Sometimes works, sometimes doesn't work.
No, Bazaar meets it'll work.
But
It'll
you know,
work.
it's that feeling, right? It's like I'm going to this new casino. It's great, closer to my other restaurants at the Cosmopolitan.
Mm-hmm.
I can go walking from one to each other, and
Well,
better for me.
Yeah.
And then I have the other bazaar, which is bazaar. Man, I'm sorry, it sounds like a commercial, but
No,
bazaar like my babies.
I've eaten in Chicago as well.
Yeah, the bazaar meet in Chicago and bazaar
Those-
is great.
Excellent.
So bazaar, it's kind of, again, restaurants for me, they've never been business. God knows I'm not the best businessman. I'm surrounded by good business people.
I think that's
am a
why they're
creative
so
guy.
good, though. I think that's why they're so good. I think if you were just concentrating on making money, it wouldn't.
Well,
be
I
what it
should.
is.
It's
You
not,
shouldn't. Keep doing what you're doing.
it's not a bad thing, but I am you are a storyteller, You are a storyteller.
Yes.
You are a troubadour, a medieval troubadour that will tell the stories of what was happening around the castles and courts in medieval times in Europe. You're a storyteller, right? I am not very good at anything. My English, I miss a lot of words that I wish I knew. So
Yeah, but it sounds cool.
I could express myself better.
No.
But I'm a
It's
storyteller,
perfect.
and I tell stories through dishes. That's who I am.
Yeah. Well, you do a fantastic job of that, and the passion that you have for food comes through. It comes through in your restaurant. It really does. Like, you can tell the difference between someone who just really loves food and someone who's just trying to make money. So it's good that you're not a good businessman, and that you surround yourself with good businessmen, because that's all you need. Good businessmen that you can trust, and then you concentrate on what you do best. That's a perfect marriage.
That I'm 55. I'm about to become 56 in July 13th. I born in 69. And I realized, not only as a chef, but as a person, as a man, as a father, as a husband, all the different labels we all have. It's always that the more you know, the more you realize you know nothing.
Right.
In the old days, I will be 23. Yeah, I know. Now it's like, I don't know. Tell me. And even if I know something in a conversation, I just tell, do you know about this? I said, I don't. Why? Because I want to listen, because I want to learn. I realized that me leaving home fairly early and not going to university and not even beginning the first year of high school, I was out. I didn't even graduate on the first year. That one of the things I needed was receive education, but not in the traditional way. The traditional way was not for me. Just being there 8 hours a day listening to all the 100 kings we have in Spain growing up, like, why I need to know? And listen, and I respect kings, and I love the king of Spain. I think he's a great man, a great human being. It has nothing to do with that. It's only I didn't want to know about the other 200 kings we had in Spain in this history. It's not what I was interested.
Yeah.
I would be interested in knowing what they did. That was amazing, but not knowing about their names and their last names. I didn't care about that. So I needed to find ways for me to to learn. So that's why for me, I realized the more I know, the more I know nothing. And I'm in this moment, I'm 55, that I'm just eager to learn. I want to know more. I want to learn more. I'm talking now, but I want to listen more. I only want to be just a better person by learning.
Yeah. Well, that's beautiful. And when you're young, you think you know everything. And as you get older, there's a quote by, I think it's Dennis McKenna said this, that as the bonfire of enlightenment grows, the surface area of ignorance is exposed. So the more you learn, the more you realize there's so much you don't know. Whereas as you're young, you think, I figured it all out. And then as you get older, you're like, there's so much I don't know. Not only that, there's no way I can know everything. It's not possible. That's why fools argue about things that they don't know. Instead of just going, what is that? How does that work? Well, instead of actually being genuinely curious, fools like to try to pretend that they know more than they know. But it's not possible to breathe underwater. Don't pretend you can. It's not possible to know everything. You just can't. There's going to be people that know things that you don't know. Celebrate that. Enjoy it. You know, I think that's one of the best things that's ever happened to me through this podcast is I get to talk to so many different people that have lived so many different lives and have so many different passions and so many different interests and so many different things that they've studied. It's an amazing education. But I was a lot like you. I did not want to sit in school. Whatever ADHD is, I have it. You know, whatever the fuck it is.
I'm raising my hand.
I got it.
I mean, it's like sometimes when I have people, my son has this. I'm like, well, what? Your son is an amazing human, a smart individual.
Yeah.
And I feel like I connect with him because I think we are alike. So
Yeah.
I raise my hand. I am that
subscribe.
too.
I subscribe to the idea that ADHD is a superpower. I really do. Because I think the people that can't focus on nonsense, generally speaking, they can focus on things they love. Really focus. They get really excited about certain things. But everything else they can't be bothered with. Like when I was a kid, I remember being in math class and checking out. Because I said, wait a minute, can I do this on a calculator? Yes. There are calculators, right? And there's an unlimited supply of batteries, right? They said yes. I'm like, I'm out. I'm not going to think about math now because this is not something I'm interested in. If I can do all this math on a calculator, why do I need to learn how to do it? Obviously, that's a dumb way to think. That's almost 13. But I remember thinking that at 13 years old. I'm out. I'm not going to think about this anymore. I'm going to use a calculator. This is so stupid.
Just give me the result.
Yeah. I don't need to know how you made all those numbers work. I know it's real. Okay, that's great. I'm interested in other things. But the thing is, school was designed to make good factory workers. That's what school was designed for. The American school system, at least, was designed by the Rockefellers. And what they're essentially doing is preparing people to be cogs in a wheel. They're preparing people to just show up and do what you're told and live this life of quiet desperation and just sit there and absorb whatever they tell you to because you're going to have to go and work and do something you don't want to do all day long and show up and do it again until your body stops working and you die.
I don't know if I will 100% agree with that statement in the sense of this was created by design. I think,
well, the school system in America certainly was created by design.
yeah, but
The idea of sitting people down, especially young kids, for 8 hours a day is a ridiculous idea.
but the schools and education go way beyond America and go back in time. We was always an interest for writing and teaching and sharing knowledge. And obviously, the very few lucky ones, centuries and centuries ago, were the ones that were able to acquire that knowledge.
Yes, but I think starting people off at 5 years old and sitting them in classes all day, that's relatively new in human history. This is what I'm talking about. This sitting people in classrooms all day as children. This is relatively new in human history. This was not something that people did hundreds and hundreds of years ago. When you think about all the great scholars of the past, yes, they certainly learned in school. They didn't do it the way they're doing it today.
I'm not an expert on that front, but I can tell you when my daughters began going to school, my wife decided to take them to a Montessori school.
That's where everybody's in the same grade, right?
Very much, but the type of learning and the type of teaching and the method of Montessori, I was fascinated by. I was so fascinated that I almost felt like as a dad, I had to go to a school to learn the Montessori system myself because I thought it was great. I thought it was giving my daughters a great framework to understand how to be themselves, how to grow, how to. Amazing, because I saw far away smarter than when I was at their same age. Was no system of education that was used guiding them like cows or like horses when they put, how do you call this thing?
Blinders.
The blinders?
Yeah.
No, it was the contrary. It was opening their world, not only 360, but almost three-dimensionally. Giving them options for them to be their own owners of their destiny, I will say.
Mm.
I think that's why my daughters became so highly opinionated. And so, Daddy, thank you for your opinion, but let me tell you, it's something else here. Okay, all right, and I love it. So, yeah, I'm not expert on education, or I see your point, but still, I'm not gonna lie to you, Joe. I wish that in the same time, the same way I told you, I didn't go through proper education. In many ways, I wish I received a slightly more proper education. Like I learned business hitting the wall every time. Winston Churchill, they claim he said that success is going from failure to failure without losing enthusiasm. I had a lot of successes, but I had my share of failures too, like I'm sure everybody does.
Yeah.
But what makes the difference between looking down and never moving again, or
Picking up the pieces.
And let's do it again, is enthusiasm.
That's a great quote. Failure to failure without losing enthusiasm. That's a great quote.
Well, I don't
So
know if it was
accurate.
his. Every
Right.
phrase that is a good phrase and they don't know who did it.
Right.
Let's give it to Winston Churchill.
Or Socrates.
Yeah, Socrates.
There's always a bunch of those. Yeah.
Yeah.
But whatever it is, it's accurate. It's definitely accurate. I just think that there's a lot of different roles in life. And the problem with traditional school is that they're preparing you for a job. And I think there's a lot of very creative people that would be served better if they had a more open-ended education and they were allowed to just pursue their interests and be excited about certain things and just get a rudimentary education in other things. That's just my opinion, because I think there's certain people that they just don't fit in with a regular 9 to 5 life. It's just not for them. And like I said, you can call it ADHD, whatever you want to call it. There's a lot. All my friends, everyone I hang out with, I don't know anybody that's built for regular life.
Yeah, on that I feel I'm more in your club. I think the best university is the university of life.
Yes. As long as you're really engaging, as
Sure.
long as you're really doing something and really challenging yourself and really applying yourself to something. I agree with you. And, you have to have I think the more interest you have, the more things you're fascinated by, the broader your understanding of human beings will be, and the better your life will be.
Yeah, and engaging.
Yes, engaging.
I know lately I've been, taking the taxi ride or the Uber ride, or I drive myself sometimes. But I'm realizing, for example, that the most fascinating moment is when I go back to use on the subway. It's use
And just talk to people.
It's just great.
Or see people. People watch.
Well, I mean, in your case, everybody will recognize you. In my case, yeah, people may recognize me too. Obviously, in DC, New York, and then things happen. So you have to engage for all these things of education, as you said, to happen.
Yeah.
Because it's the only way things happen. I mean, I have this new book. This is another commercial, Change the Recipe, which I'm touring right now, and I say one of the quotes I give is very important to me. I mean, it's a phrase probably you heard often, many times before, that life starts at the end of your comfort zone.
Mm-hmm.
You and I were talking about education.
Yes.
That means that the true education happens at the end of your comfort zone.
Right.
Because if you are not pushed to the limits, what it is what it is, and that's it. You don't need to know anything else. You don't need to learn anything else. You're in a safe space. You're in your cube. You're in your room.
Yeah.
Everybody is protecting you, and the system protects you, and you are okay. The only moment will become interesting is when you leave that room of comfort. You go to the edges of that horizon, and you cross that line of the horizon. That's the moment that life gets really interesting.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. I think it's just a lot of people that don't have experience challenging themselves. They get fearful. They anticipate things. They get anxiety, and they just never learned how to challenge themselves. That's the problem. They never walked out on the end of the pier, so to speak. They never push themselves, and because of that, they're terrified of it. But just you need like little baby steps. Do something you've never done before. Go take a yoga class. Go learn how to speak Spanish. Go do something. Do something different, and then try to do something else different. Try to add a little bit. Don't just go right into like doing a triathlon. Like do something that just makes you a little nervous, and then try to build on that. But do it intentionally. That's my advice.
Remember that is a reason why people sometimes they are so scared of the world, because actually the world is a scary place.
It certainly can be.
I think the world is a wonderful place, but for centuries, for thousands of years, humans, planet Earth is beautiful, but the world is full of dangers.
Yes.
Just get lost in a forest
Yeah.
without anybody, without anything, even without a knife.
Yeah.
And things are gonna happen.
Yeah.
A scuba dive in the waters, in the dark ocean.
Dangerous.
There are things moving in the water.
Yes.
Things are complicated. If you are trying to feed yourself, is this mushroom poisonous or not? To be a human. Yeah, I'll get coffee. To be a human for centuries, for thousands of years, was a dangerous place. So I'm only saying that this is part of the DNA, that is part of who we are as humans, that we want to be in a place we feel protected.
Yeah.
And equally, we want to protect our loved ones.
Yes.
So it's just a human natural response through the evolution of humanity for thousands of years.
That is true. But also, to the contrary, when you take risks and then you get rewards from those risks, you then start getting very excited about taking risks. You get excited about adventure. You get excited about doing things where you're not certain how it's going to turn out. Like you opening up the new Bazaar Meats at the Venetian. Who knows? Who knows? I think it's going to be great. But who knows? Like new things, new challenges. New challenges are exciting.
But that's why humans, even sometimes we feel we want to be alone in a cave.
That's what you're saying before.
On the top of a mountain, right before I came in.
You were saying that you want to open up a restaurant where only 4 people can go.
Yeah.
You have to get to the top of the mountain.
And you have to walk
20
days.
miles.
Yeah. And if you get there and the first seats are taken, you have to wait. You have to camp until next day. That's it.
Camp out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and no bottles of oxygen and all that
No
crap
oxygen.
that people
Fuck
that
off.
go to the Everest do.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't get it.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
Big line of people.
Yeah.
They say, I got to the top.
Yeah. I got to the top and they had 10 guys carrying their belongings,
Right.
and
Sherpas, yeah.
the Sherpas and their oxygen bottles. It's like, actually, if I was any of the countries that controls the access to all those amazing mountains, all the top, the 8K, the Aconcagua, and the Everest, and all the big peaks, I will make it mandatory that you have to go on your own. You could argue that, okay, but then scuba diving, you are using air. Why is scuba diving different? Okay, but I want to be fair. It will be an argument, no? And Jose, you like a scuba dive? You can go down into the ocean and you can bring air, but I'm going to the Everest and I cannot bring air. But I take my bottle with me. I don't litter the bottom of the ocean as I scuba dive. I leave the ocean as I found it.
That's the real problem with Everest, is the litter. And the human waste. Tons of poop. Just human poop all over the side of the
Joe, they're not going to be holding their poop. I get it. But
I get it too. But
they can put it on a bag, maybe, and
can't
with
carry
them.
Well, they can't take the bodies down.
The
When
trees,
people die there. How many bodies are on the side of Everest?
Well,
how many bodies? How many bodies are on Everest?
As climate change, it's
got to be dozens.
Taking down some of the ice and the snow. And
listen, bro, there ain't no climate change up there. That's gonna be cold for a long.
I don't know. I've not been, not yet, but who knows? But some ice is disappearing.
Yeah. How many?
Over 3 people have died, and many have been unclaimed. This doesn't say that.
Over 30?
Over 300 have died.
300 have died.
It says many have been.
It's a very dangerous thing. Even
200 bodies approximately still on the mountain.
Yeah, they have like there's a map where all the bodies are. But I see your point.
But this is an interesting tribe that people want to go to the topics. Even myself, I thought about it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do I do that one day? Because, as you grow older, it's like I have all these things I want to do in life. I want to do check.
Yeah.
I want to go Joe Rogan. Will he invite me to his show? Like, let me send him a text message. Check. Here I am. So maybe one day I should do it. But I want to do it in a more like the old days. In a more. I need to get probably in better shape to do
Well, I
it.
think the first guy that did it died. What was the first?
Something like that.
His body's still up there, I believe. The first guy, they think he made it up to the top,
And it still is not
and
proven.
his body's on the way down. So they don't know if he actually made it and died on the way down, or if he died on the way up, and then the second guy made it all the way up. But yeah, not good. Without oxygen, in particular, very difficult to do.
So you mentioned about the tribes, right? The tribesmen. And
The
we were,
Sherpas?
and before that, we were having the conversation about the world is a dangerous
Yes.
place. That's why we like tribes, because
Yes.
because the world is a dangerous place, so we feel unprotected by things, by life.
Right.
But everything that surrounds us, and that's why then humans we had to be part of a family, part of a little tribe that then became bigger, because we cannot all be good at everything. Like you like your friends, me like my friends. I I know the things I'm good at, which are not many, but I know the things I'm not good at in life, at work, whatever. Surround yourself with those people that cover your blind spots. Surround yourself with friends that cover your blind spots, that make you better. In the same way you are going to be making them better.
Yes.
Where everybody covers each other's weaknesses.
Yes. Well, you have to do that in the kitchen, right?
It's not the way.
Yeah. And everybody has to work hard. I mean, that is one of the most underappreciated, grueling jobs, is to be a cook in a kitchen with 15 other guys and women, and everyone's running around. Everyone's got a job. You got 100 people out there waiting to be served. You're running around making this and that, and orders are coming in, and this is medium rare, and this is that, and that is this.
Well, I think this is the ultimate power. The ultimate power is that power of being able to feed somebody. That's why, for me, we are all cooks in a way, directly, indirectly. But the power of feeding somebody that's all the power I have to feed humanity. Not physically, but even in a way, what you do, Joe.
Welcome, Mr.
The people that
Aquarius.
listen to you is.
How are you? How was your day?
It was good. How was yours?
Lovely. We missed.
I missed you too. Hey, I. I'm ready.
Okay, we are ready. Audie, do you want an invitation? Audie, can you hear me? Audie, you were just here. Audie. All right. Well, Miss Aquarius, then it's table for two, I guess. Audie,
Okay.
let me know if you're available. All right.
All right, there you go. Yep. Well, she must have been busy.
Could be.
Rabbi, now you gotta strike it.
You got it. No doubt. Oh, okay. I'll take that. I'll take that.
Yeah, take that one.
Whoa! That was
No,
not.
no.
That was not what we wanted. That looks good.
Oh, good spare.
Nice spare. All right,
Thank you.
I need to match that.
Come on, you got this.
Okay, I'm gonna get this spare. No doubt.
Yep, you got this. You're pro. Yay!
Yes.
No, no.
Get it. That looks good, Miss Aquarius. Nice spare.
Thank you, thank you. Come on, Rabbi, you got this.
Got it. Oh, come on. Garbage.
Right, everything good. Good.
That's what I'm talking
Yeah.
about. Get it.
Okay. You got this, Rabbi.
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Whoa. I got this, though. No doubt.
Yes, you do. Good job.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome. You just stop doing that. Just knock him down already.
Absolutely.
Oh, good spare.
Good spare is right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That's a good strike.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Come on, Rabbi.
No doubt. That's what I'm talking
Yay!
about.
We got this.
Word, girl.
You win on me. Let's go.
Yes, ma'am.
Yay.
All right, I'm going to get this split. I'm going to try. Yes!
Yeah, good job.
Thank you.
Teach me how to do it.
You
Okay, one more.
Sure. The key is, and I'm sure you're aware of this, but hitting it where the, like, getting the right angle on it, I guess.
Okay.
When you have one, we'll walk you through it.
I got to practice more because I need more practice. Not like too, but I need more practice than
You're,
I can admit it.
you're hilarious.
You look good though. You look good. Yeah. All right, bye.
Not what I wanted. Whoa! That was garbage. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Perfect.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Come on, man.
Blue. Ooh. Very good.
It's okay. You got these right now.
Yes, ma'am.
There.
That's what I'm talking about.
That was a paragraph. Whatever. Got this.
Yes, ma'am. Get it. Got it.
Good job.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Here we go. That's it.
Yay.
That's one. Not it. Okay. So like this one is a split. So I kind of want to hit on the left side of the front pin so that it goes to the right. Oh, no, I didn't do it. But that's what I would want to do. All right, Miss Aquarius.
Good job. You win,
I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Yeah. Undefeated. Yay.
Yay.
No losers here.
You got that right, girl. All right, you get to sleep in tomorrow, right?
I get to sleep until 7:30 because I got physical therapy tomorrow. Remember?
Yeah, no, I know you do. I didn't know what time it was. All right, well, you don't have work, though.
Yeah, I don't have to get up at very early. Yeah.
All righty, ma'am. Well, I'll do my best to wish you a good day tomorrow. And if I'm asleep, apologies. And you have a wonderful evening.
All right, you too. I'll see you later.
Yes, ma'am. Sweet
I just
dreams.
gotta come back when I come back for February if you're not asleep, okay?
Okie doke. Sweet dreams.
All right. Sweet dreams. I might come in here and take a nap.
Please do.
All right.
You're feeding them. You're feeding their soul.
You're serving.
Sweet dreams.
Yeah.
But,
You're
but
serving
feeding
people.
is
Yeah.
but you're feeding, I'm
Feeding
feeding
them
food,
information.
but we are all feeding each other. We're feeding each other with hope. We're feeding each other with respect, with dignity, with love,
Right.
with food.
Yes.
But it's about feeding.
Yeah.
I'm gonna feed you,
Yes.
and I know you're gonna feed me back.
Yes.
So in a way, restaurants for me, I love that my culinary profession. I agree with you, it's a hard one. Has come a long way. Has come a long way. I'm talking about 30, 40 years ago, even in Spain. It depends where you live. If you told your family you wanted to be a cook, oh my God, it was looking like was not a profession that was seen as wow.
Right.
Why? You're not gonna be a doctor? You're not gonna be an architect? Or like what? I have no family member that went to university. Well, I have uncles that went, but my father, my mother didn't. They were nurses, but now my profession, this profession, has become a profession that has become very dignified, and it's more than being a chef and a cook. It's the restaurant business, but
Right.
offshore is a very difficult business.
When do you think that changed, and why did it change?
Well, nothing happens overnight. Listen, I just had this documentary on the last season of Chef Table on Netflix, where I am one of the 4 chefs that on this season they've done a documentary, and they've done a documentary of my teams and myself, culinary life. You're gonna see Minibar, my top restaurant, 2-star Michelin, Bazaar, everything else. But you're gonna see me telling stories about me cooking with my mom and my dad, and sorry, my God, and I didn't have a cigar yet. But my profession, slowly but surely, because everybody cooks, right? I always talk about longer tables, but this goes almost to the beginning. A moment that was very important in my life, talking about cooks and chefs and restaurants and food people and feeding, is that the first time I became a dad, my daughter, who is 26 years old now, Lota, an amazing young human being. In the moment she came out onto the world as a father, that I began having tears. That's another moment you realize that there's always so much pressure on everybody. I feel as a young man, I always had a lot of pressure to be the man everybody was expecting you to be. And sometimes you felt like nothing ever came with instructions. You had to, I have to be a boyfriend. Well, okay, what does that entail? Or what do I do?
Is there a manual I can read?
What is the right? Then you get married, and okay, I'm a husband. I'm gonna fall short of what being a husband is. You need to be obviously a friend and a provider. But my wife was working too, and actually I was without a job, and she was the one bringing the money in. They fired me from my same restaurant like 3 times, a restaurant I've always been part of. But technically, I was even fired.
You got fired 3 times?
Well, 2 technically, and the third almost I fired myself.
What was going on?
Let me, because I was too young to be a chef of a restaurant. And I'm a creative guy, the guy that needs to run numbers and do food costs and inventory. And I was concentrated in, can we make the best food we can and new dishes? And the restaurant needed more numbers and food costs and labor and scheduling. Like, what? I'm a cook. I'm not a chef. I'm a cook. I want to cook. I don't want to be running numbers. So that's why. But anyway, life comes without instructions, and you always are looking around. It's like, so my daughter borns, and it's like, okay, where are the instructions? I'm barely aware of how to become a young boy and be part of. Now I'm a husband. Now I'm a father. I'm still learning about everything, and nothing comes with instructions. But one thing I realized was the lessons of life. That moment that I had these amazing tears of joy, of happiness, of wow, I'm a father. I was part, or at least I did my little tiny part. I don't know if I did 1%, and my wife did 99 for obvious reasons. They carry it for 9 months, and they take the burden of.
They actually make it.
They actually make it, but we do our little thing, right?
Yeah.
Our little thing that we put in there is spermatozoid. But just for the record,
we contribute the ingredients.
Correct. Correct. But that young girl comes to the world, and the moment I realize the power of food is when my wife gets the baby and brings her to her first time she's feeding her, and I realize there the amazing power of food, because the first gift we receive form of a tangible that sends a message of, I'm gonna take care of you, I'm gonna love you. It's through mother's milk. And if our mother cannot feed us, that's mother. It'll be our dad with baby formula, or it'll be the nurse, or it'll be the grandma. But that moment that we are brought in somebody's arms and we are fed, that moment seals our connection with food forever. That's the moment that we are all connected.
Yes.
To food in ways we cannot escape for obvious reasons. Food to be alive, but tells a little of the entire deep, profound story of the connection that humans we have with food. And that's why then being a cook, yes, is one of the most fascinating professions because in a way we are only the ones that we keep the legacy of the mothers feeding humanity on that first mother's milk that sets the ground rules of why food is so important in our lives, in who we are forever.
Well, it's also an art form, and it's a temporary art. It's an art that you consume, you eat it, and I think because it's not like music that you can listen to over and over again, or comedy, or a movie, or literature. We don't think of it as an art form. I didn't realize it was an art form until I started watching Anthony Bourdain's show, No Reservations, the original one on the Travel Channel. And then from being like really a big fan of that show, I realized like, oh, this is art. And because of his narration was so brilliant because he wrote all the descriptions of the cultures that he would visit and the people and the descriptions of the show. You could tell it was all in his language. It was in his mind, and he wrote it all out. He didn't have writers and script writers. He wrote all the narratives. And I think then I realized through his passion for food and his passion for cooking and his deep appreciation for other chefs. It wasn't about him. And he was always very self-deprecating to his own abilities to cook. It was about other people and how amazing these people were and how he loved to go and visit them. And sometimes it was someone's mother that would be just cooking Sunday sauce, some Italian mother, and he would have someone translate what she was saying. He would ask questions. It's like, then I realized, like, oh, this is an art form. And I never considered it was an art form until I was a grown man. And I was a little embarrassed by that. It was like, oh, that's a blind spot. Like, food is not just delicious. It's a form of art. There's something to it. It's just an unheralded art form because everybody needs it. And it's not always art. Like, Twinkies aren't art, but it's food. It's calories. You need to consume it to stay alive. You need food. So you don't think of it. But when it's done with passion and when it's done in this creative way, it's like you talk about it forever. It's amazing. It's like going to see an incredible concert, or it's like going to see a movie that just rocks your world. It's the same thing. It's just someone expressing themselves through a medium, and that medium is food. And it's the one medium that we all consume. Everyone consumes that medium. When I talk to people and they say, I don't really care about food, it's just fuel for me, I'm like, well, you're an idiot. Like, you're missing out on life. You're missing out on a giant chunk of life, which is delicious food, and delicious food that you enjoy with others, which is also part of food. Enjoying delicious food by yourself is not nearly as fun as enjoying delicious food with other people. There's something communal about it, which goes back to our tribal ancestors sitting around the campfire enjoying something that we cooked.
And our mother feeding us for the first time.
Yes.
I miss Tony.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
I miss Tony. I did. We did few shows together. He'll always invite me. Eric Rippert. He did many shows with him.
Yeah.
And we spent a lot of time together, especially January. We'll gather in the Cayman Islands. We did that for 15 years, for 1 week every January.
Oh, really? Why the Cayman Islands?
Because Eric has a hotel there, a restaurant. Eric Rippert, the nicest, talented chef, Le Bernardin, restaurant of restaurants. And Eric, Tony, and myself, we call ourselves the Three Amigos. And we'll spend time together, smoking a cigar, doing nothing, walking on the beach, scuba diving. So when when Tony decided just to move to his next stage in life and left us, I was in Guatemala. I was actually with Walls Central Kitchen. Was a big volcano there, Volcano Fuego, and it broke my heart. I remember speaking to Eric that day. And just what happened was that less than a month before I was with him in North Spain, Asturias, where I was born, shooting what it became his last show. And 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 for me, obviously, that was a hard moment because it's not like I lost a friend in a very selfish way, and Eric, and I know so many hundreds of thousands, millions around the world lost a person that in so many ways he's probably listening to us, Joe, and in so many ways when I listen to you, you sound like him. But Tony speaks like Tony and Joe speaks like Joe. But in a way, you are like soulmates. Uh, and Tony always had those words of wisdom. He always will be the voice of the voiceless. He didn't mind to speak his mind. He was a very straightforward shooter. He didn't try to piss anybody off. Only he wanted to be Tony.
Right.
Respectful, but Tony. And because that forever we will miss Tony. Even I think he never left. He's here. He's in so many parts of all of us.
Yeah.
Because his way of telling stories, he waits to listen to the people telling those stories, and him becoming the medium of making sure that we will learn that the world was a beautiful place. I remember the story he did about Iran. He went to Iran. Like sometimes you think about Iran, and if you read the news, it looks like the people of Iran, they are, and you see the show, you're like, man, Iranian people are great people.
Yeah.
Blame the leader, maybe, or the leaders, but the Iranian people, they're good people. They're like you are like me. Maybe look
people.
Different.
Yeah, that's
maybe
all
they have a different language.
Yeah.
Maybe, and obviously we know a lot of Iranians who are here in America, and they're wonderful people. So he showed what he did. The legacy of Tony is that he showed us that the world is not such a scary place, that it's okay to open yourself to the world. What we were talking before about people that they get into their cocoon and they don't want to move beyond their comfort zone. Tony showed us that the people that are not like us, they're actually okay. They're just different people that they're going to expand our horizons and our thoughts about life. That was Tony. And he did it through food. And he did it through his amazing, amazing poetry.
Yeah. Yeah, that's perfectly said.
Yeah.
It took a long time for me to be able to watch a show after he was gone.
I love the painting you have in the entrance.
Yeah.
I didn't cry because lately I've been trying to hold my tears, not because I feel I should not cry. I'm a guy that cries easily, and I love it. But when I saw it, first thing, I come out of I open the door, and there is this beautiful big portrait of Tony, and I'm like, okay, I have a feeling I'm home.
Yeah. I've got a couple. I've got another one I'll show you that's in another part of the studio. I got a lot of art in the studio, luckily. It's nice. I love art. I just love being around people's expressions, different things that people have created. I just love things that people make. And really, if there's anything that I couldn't live without in this world, I need to be around people's creations. It's very important to me. I like seeing it. I like it to be all over the walls. I like it to be everywhere. I want to touch it. I want to see it. And when I found out he was gone, because my friend Maynard, he's the lead singer of Tool. And, Tony had really gotten into jiu-jitsu. And that's how, one of the ways, I was friends with him before that, but that's one of the ways that Tony and I got closer. Is that, he knew I was a black belt, and I was I've been doing jiu-jitsu for decades. And so he would ask me questions. And when we were doing the show together, it was really funny. When I did one episode of No Reservation, we went pheasant hunting in Montana. And part of the day, he's asking me how to finish Darce chokes. So he and I are on the ground, on the dirt. And I'm saying, now, when you're in this position, I'm showing him how to strangle people in the dirt. So we're like wearing hunting clothes and boots and everything like that. And I'm like, no, this way, and then trap the head here and turn it like this. So we're like, well, I'm like, do it to me. Like we're working with each other, like on the ground. And he's like fascinated by this martial art. And I thought it was wonderful because like he's this sensitive, creative, poetic guy, but he found the beauty in jiu-jitsu, which is like, to the outside person who's the uninformed, it looks like this brutal caveman activity, but it's not. It's a very complicated, intelligent, creative martial art, and he was obsessed with it. And he didn't start doing it till he was 58 years old, which is kind of crazy, but he really got obsessed with it. Entered into tournaments, age-appropriate tournaments, and did really well. And so was training every day, sometimes twice a day. Like just taking private lessons and like really got obsessed.
I can tell you that because when we were shooting in Asturias and a few other places, Cayman Islands, one of the things he always did is finding out where was the local jiu-jitsu hanging place. And it's very funny. In Oviedo was a place, and he will go there. Yeah. And for 1-2 hours, he will be just fighting against local guys. So it was fascinating to see how, even on weeks that he was supposed to be concentrated on shooting, he always found time to do what he loved.
So Maynard got his black belt recently, and Maynard was also like very into jiu-jitsu, and he was joking around like maybe one day he and Tony would have a celebrity jiu-jitsu match. So I'm in Chicago. I'm doing shows in Chicago, and I get a text message from Maynard and it says, so much for that celebrity jiu-jitsu match. And I'm like, what does that mean? And so I'm like, I don't know what that means.
That was the moment.
And then I Google, and I have this feeling, and then the news, and then it all hits me. I'm like, oh, fuck. There's moments when people take their own life where the worst feeling is, I feel like if I was there, I could have stopped him from doing that.
That's the feeling, eh?
The feeling like he just was alone. And sometimes you just need to know you're not alone and you're going to be okay. Like whatever you think is going to be the worst thing that's happening here, it's not. You're loved. You're loved. You're an amazing person. There's so much more to see. You don't want to leave these people behind. You don't want to hurt them. You don't want to hurt these people in your life. You don't want to hurt your family. You don't want to hurt your daughter. You don't want to hurt your wife. Don't do it. I know it feels impossible, but it's because you're alone. And it's, sometimes, I don't know. Maybe I wouldn't have been able to do anything. Maybe I'm wrong. But there's that haunting feeling that I could have talked to him. I go, man, that feeling fucking sucks. That feeling of, if I just have had if I was there with him, I think we could have had some laughs. We could have joked around about some stuff, and we would have been okay. That's, I bet you feel the same way, right?
And I think that's something I didn't close yet. Obviously, I'm not going to talk on behalf of Eric, but Eric was so strong. And Eric obviously was shooting with him in France when that happened, and actually is the one that found him in his room. And I understand that feeling because I'm still going through it. And it's okay to feel responsible because that means you care for those people. But the message here is that we all need to be checking always on each other.
Yeah.
That's what friends are for. Obviously for the celebration of your team winning the NBA or having a beer or the birthday or a party or celebrating life or playing darts or just having beers with no plan. What are you doing tonight?
Yeah.
I'm having a beer. I'm joining you. Great. That's great. The celebrations, that's what we're here for. But the true the true moments of friendship, obviously, are those moments that even you show up when you're not invited, because you feel something maybe is off, and it's okay to knock on the door. It's okay to pick up the phone. It's okay to maybe get on a plane. It's okay to. And obviously, I guess like you now, Joe, that I'm learning about, and gives me joy to see that here another person that really loved Tony, and Eric and myself and so many others around the beautiful life of Tony, that we wish we were there, right?
Yeah.
So I think if anything, I don't think it's a lesson. It's only, let's always be there for each other.
Yeah.
Let's always be there for each other. And let's all be, even if, especially when we disagree about anything.
Yeah.
Just let's be kinder to each other, even on the disagreements.
Yeah.
Of the people you know and of the people you don't know.
Right.
Because we are all more connected than we think. And what we say and our opinions, they may be touching and affecting somebody else. Somebody else we know, somebody we don't know. So that's okay to celebrate the good times and agree all the time when we can. But there'll be moments that you don't, or moments of sadness, or moments of hate. Or just be kinder, even in those moments of disagreement. If anything, that's the lesson I always take with me. Because you don't know what anybody may be going through.
Right.
You don't know what anybody may be going through.
Another lesson that I've taken with me is that any conflict that I've ever had with a person, even if I was correct, even if I was right in being angry, even if I was right in the mean things that I said, I never felt good afterwards. But every good interaction that I've ever had, where maybe me and a person disagreed, but we came out of it smiling and hugging, and we found common ground, then I feel great. Always feel great. There's going to be people that you run into in life that are stubborn and they don't want to avoid conflict. They want that conflict. They feed off of it. They're stupid. Whatever. No, they're not even stupid. They're on a bad path. They have a bad programming. They have bad, whatever the patterns of behavior that are ingrained in their consciousness. They're unforgiving, and they have this way of living their life, and it's not a good way. And, you can't fix everybody. So you just got to, when you encounter those people, you have to be able to filter people out of your life. You have to know, like, some people you can't interact with. But the people that you can, just try to not have conflict. I don't want any conflict. I'm not interested in it. I'm good at it. I know how to do conflict. I literally do it professionally.
Sure, you can break the neck of anybody.
But I mean, even verbal conflict, I'm not interested in it. I'm not interested in physical conflict, and I'm not interested in verbal conflict. That's just not, it's not what I like out of life. What I like out of life is fun and joy and being around interesting people and challenges, doing difficult things and creative things and learning about myself, learning about other people, learning about life. Conflict is just a distraction from your own personal demons for the most part. It's a lot of what it is. When you're angry at other people, a lot of times you're really distracting yourself from the things you don't like about yourself. It's a flaw. And I try to filter it out as much as possible in my life. I'm not interested in it.
Yeah, I'm trying to become the best version of myself on that. It's the second most important word we can always use in our vocabulary. The second most important, is thank you. But the most important one is sorry.
Yeah.
Because thank you, people have a hard time saying thank you. Me, I try to use the word thank you often, as much as I can. But because God knows I'm an imperfect man, the word sorry is the one I also try to use as quick as I can.
Yeah. And mean it.
Yeah,
that's the thing. Don't say sorry because you want someone to not be mad at you. Say sorry because you're actually sorry,
and you are doing your best to change.
Yeah.
Your effort, or your behavior, or the way you raise your voice. Or
Yeah.
But thank you is important. Second most important. Most important is sorry.
Yeah.
Because it takes humility to say sorry. So a lot of people will never say sorry.
That's terrible. It's terrible to walk through life knowing it's just so stupid. That's such a silly way to go through life with no humility. Like, why?
Life is such a beautiful place, especially when you are obviously in cities, you can see how beautiful life is, even. But when you're in nature and you're seeing the sunrise, or you're seeing the sunset, or you're seeing the moon, and you see how little you are, how insignificant you are, but at the same time, how God gave us this power to be part of this amazing universe we are part of.
Mm-hmm.
And then you are thankful there because you are like, oh my God, I am part of something so beautiful. And we all occupy a space in that universe.
Mm-hmm.
And the space we occupy should be to don't make it worse. If anything, leave it as it is. And if you can, do whatever you can just to make it a little bit better.
Right.
And that's our destiny in this universe.
Yes.
You only need to don't fuck it up. That's
Don't
it.
fuck it up.
And if you can do a little bit more, even better. Me, when I am in those places, like I go to the south of Spain, and my wife is from there. Cadiz is where I did my military service in the Spanish Navy, and it's one moment not too far away from Gibraltar, the little possession that England has there in the south of Spain. That maybe one day England gives it back to Spain. There is a place that almost you can touch Africa. You feel like you can, with your finger, touch Africa in the Strait of Gibraltar. And it's just like, even a movie cannot recreate the amazing place you are with birds and the oceans, the Atlantic Ocean and the Mediterranean, and two continents that want to love each other, but they are separate by that body of water. There, I look, and I began circling my head in 360 degrees, and I'm like, oh my God, what a beautiful planet we live in.
Yeah.
Let's not fuck it up.
What a beautiful universe. You know, I one time when my oldest daughter was very young, we went to Hawaii. We went to the Big Island, and just on a lark, just for fun, we went to the top of the observatory. What is it, Mauna Kea? The Keck Observatory, whatever mountain it is. And we were driving up there, and they said, well, if it's a cloudy night, it's terrible. You can't see anything. But maybe you'll get lucky, and there'll be some stars. You'll be able to see the stars. So we're driving, and as we're driving, I was telling my wife, look at all the clouds. This sucks. We're going to get up there. And then we drive even further. It's a long drive. It's like a 90-minute drive through the mountains. As we got further, we drove through the clouds. And the clouds were below us because it's very high. And the stars were magnificent. It was insane. You saw the whole Milky Way. The entire sky was filled with stars. There's no light pollution because the Big Island has diffused lighting. And they have specific lighting just because of the observatory that doesn't give light pollution so you can see all the stars from up there. And I remember that day like it was yesterday. Every day, I think, every time I see the stars, I'm like, we're so fucked by cities because we can't see what this really looks like. That's what it looks like. That's what it looked like at night. And I remember thinking, why don't we see that every day? Like, the universe is so fascinating.
Put you in your place.
Oh my God, like you are in a convertible spaceship and you're hurling through the galaxy, and the only thing that's protecting you from everything else is a layer of gas. A layer of gas that surrounds this beautiful planet.
Of course, it's life in one of those star systems.
Oh, 100%.
It's more than in one.
Oh yeah, I think we're just little babies, and they're not ready to let us know yet.
Well,
that's what I think.
I'm sure they're trying.
Some of them, I think,
they're trying to contact others like we are.
I think some of them. I had a guy on yesterday. His name's Hal Putoff. He's a physicist that's been working with the government with this stuff forever. He said they have 10 retrieved crafts that are of non-human intelligence. 10 that the United States is in possession of. And he said during the Bush administration, during George Bush's administration, they were contemplating disclosure to the American people. And they wanted to get all these physicists and scientists and psychologists to make a list of things that would be negatively impacted by disclosure and things that would be positively impacted by disclosure, and give them a numerical value, like a 0 to 10 value. And when they calculated it all up at the end of the day, the cons outweighed the pros, and they decided not to disclose. So during the Bush administration, during George Bush's administration, during 9/11, during that time period, they were contemplating, this is 2004, they were contemplating having disclosure and releasing to people the fact that we are in possession of non-human intelligent crafts. They have recovered biological entities, meaning beings from another planet that are preserved that we have, and that non-human crafts are visiting this planet, or might not even be visiting. They might actually be here. They might have bases in the ocean. They might have bases somewhere in the mountains, but that this is a real thing. So he started working on this in 2004, and he's 100% convinced that we're not alone.
It's been movies about it. This is how do you
Close
call it?
Encounters,
Some 51.
Area 51.
Area
Yeah.
51. Listen, nothing will give me more joy. As a young boy, I always thought, man, could I be the guy that finds E.T.? It wouldn't be cool.
Yeah.
And especially if seems is a good alien species that is an alien species of goodness.
Hopefully.
Imagine it's a science fiction movie, and it's like us is part of, let's say they're here, and let's say that all the, junk food and extra calories and the obesity pandemic is actually something like this alien civilization has orchestrated. And so as we become fatter, they're going to be able to recollect more protein to take back to their planets. Okay, that could be a great next big movie, and then we'll eat seeds, and they'll take it with us, and they'll put us in the planet, and at our stomachs will have potatoes in their fields. I don't know. But I only will say that if that already happened, and the government, the US government, number one, seems everything only happens in America. All the great movies of the world, everything happens in America. All the science fiction movies. And me, as a young boy, that's why I wanted to come to America, because, man, the aliens never visit Spain. It's always America. Everything cool always happens in America. And that's, I guess, why I wanted to come. But I will say that if already something like that happened, and we've not invaded again, means that they're good aliens, let's hope. But I will say that at this moment, our government will be already sharing with all of us something that will forever change the present and the future of humanity.
You think they would already share it?
Why not?
No, I'll tell you why not. Because he explained it to me yesterday. There's a bunch of problems. One of the problems is they've been studying this stuff for decades. Studying this stuff, back engineering crafts, all that stuff takes money. And the way they get that money is by lying. They lie to Congress. So they misappropriate funds. So they lie about where money is going, which puts people in jail. So in order for them to tell the truth, they have to open themselves up to serious criminal prosecution. Like you're in deep trouble. You've misappropriated funds. You've lied to Congress. And there's probably some fraud involved in that too. As soon as you get a bunch of people that can lie to Congress, who knows where all the money went? Money's moving around. And then there's also the fact that the way you work on these crafts, you have to use defense contractors because they're the ones who make jets. They're the ones who make spaceships. Like, you can't do it on your own. You have to bring in these scientists. So you have to bring in private industry. So when you bring in private industry, now you have the United States government, the intelligence agencies embedded in private industry, and then their competitors suffer. So if the competitors go under, then the competitors could sue. Hey, you gave, Raytheon. You gave Raytheon this special generator that you back engineered from some flying saucer. Why didn't you give it to General Electric? Why didn't you give it to this company or that company? It's like, it's all Lockheed Martin. There's too many problems in terms of legal ramifications, prosecutions. People are going to lose their careers. They're going to be brought in front of Congress. They're going to have to testify. The only way that you're going to really have disclosure at this point is amnesty. The government is going to have to say, listen, let's let the past be the past. No one's going to get in trouble. But for the greater good of humanity, we need to know what the fuck is going on. So tell us what's going on. And that's a tough.
So you mentioned about aliens living in the ocean. That's Atlantis.
Well, it's not Atlantis, but
technically
that's
it's Atlantis, which is a city under the water. Which
no, Atlantis was a city above.
Correct, but technically somewhere submerged, and still they're looking for Atlantis.
Well, they think they found
the pyramids, and some of the drawings and paintings. I mean, we can go to Peru with the Incas, and we can go with the Mayas, Guatemala, and it's a lot of people that always have been trying to make connections of things they found that they say already we made contact in previous civilizations of planet Earth. But I have a hard time believing that this has already happened, and I respect the opinion of obviously who seems he's an expert and spent a lot of time, and I see that you believe in it. The side of me that is the boy that will want to believe that there are other planets with people and we are not alone, I will be full of joy.
Yes.
So
hopefully,
I hope that if there are good people and that happens, that you and I and everybody else around the world, maybe that's the moment that the world becomes one. And all of a sudden we are all fighting. You remember what was the movie Independence Day?
Yes.
If they are the bad guys, you and I, you will be doing jiu-jitsu against an alien species, and me, I will be with 2 pens, I don't know, crushing their heads. But let's hope that they are more like E.T.
Yeah.
And not like alien.
Well, I would imagine if you look at the trajectory of human life on this planet, the world is safer than it's ever been. People are smarter than they've ever been. People are more aware. We have more access to information, and generally, people are kinder and less tolerant of evil than they have ever been before. There's still problems with just the tribal nature of human beings. We're territorial apes. I mean, that's what we are. But I would imagine that if they are so sophisticated that they're capable of traversing solar systems, traversing galaxies and reaching us, they're beyond that stuff. If they weren't and they have reached us, they could have destroyed us 1,000 times over by now. We could destroy ourselves 1,000 times over. With our inability to go to other galaxies, we could destroy ourselves. So for sure, they could destroy us. I don't think that's what they're interested in. I think we are an emerging civilization in the galactic sense. And I think that if you look at primitive man and you look at primitive primates and you look at current human beings and our technological achievements and all of our medical achievements and our ability to feed enormous groups of people and our concern about the environment and all the things that make us so special as human beings, I would imagine that would be even more advanced with these species. I think that's the only way they're visiting us. I don't think you get to us. Yeah, you don't get to us if you're still tribal, territorial apes.
Technically, they say that the speed light will be almost, even if we are able to achieve a speed light, that our human body itself will not be able.
Right.
Whatever that means. But now we see that we can be sending our conscience in other ways without our
physical body.
This could be happening one day. Me, what I know, the thing I'm interested in is I wish I will be alive when we put the first restaurant in the moon or the first restaurant in Mars, and I will be there just cooking for the first people arriving. I've done my little part. Many chefs, they've done, thanks to NASA, their work, and they put their mark on food that has been sent to the space station.
Yeah.
I did it in 2016, 2017. My dream was to send paella, the Spanish rice dish, to the space station.
You sent it to the space station?
I was able to partner with a company called Axiom, AXIOM, which is one of the companies helping provide services to NASA to bring astronauts, and they will do it also with civilians to the space station. And was a Spanish astronaut, a Spanish-American astronaut called Lopez Alegría. And he's like, Jose, in Action, we will be interested if you want to do a dish, because we're going to be feeding all the astronauts in one of our first trips. And if you are up to it, and say, yeah, what do I have to say? And we send Iberico ham, we send paella valenciana, we send a pork dish with pisto, which is like a ratatouille, a Spanish ratatouille. And I did it.
That's amazing.
But you know the thing I did, which is the coolest? What? Because all of that brings new things and new opportunities. So it's this guy called Jim Sears, an amazing engineer, a guy that is crazy for space, like you, like me, like so many. And like everything, there is a competition, and the competition is about, right now, astronauts receive the food already cooked. Come in those pouches, semi-purees, liquids that they pour into their mouth, and blah. And certain things are okay. The rice we did, I thought, was very good. Even we had a little issue. We tried to make the paella too by the book, and the paella at the end was a little bit too dry, as a traditional paella is, meaning the grains of rice are fairly loose and separated one from each other, which on Earth is a sign of a good paella. But in space, if you open the pouch, all of a sudden you start having all those little rice floating in the station, and there is the moment you want chopsticks. Like, oh my God. I was on the edge of collapsing the space station by sending paella. But what I've been working on with this guy I mentioned, Jim Sears, is that he came up with a kitchen that will be the kitchen, and he won a competition, the kitchen that astronauts could use one day, hopefully soon enough.
This is it?
Said it, and that Jim, amazing guy, Jim Sears, and it's 2 prototypes of this machine. He gave us the prototypes. My team has been working on them. Chorizo, macaroni and cheese, macaroni. That chorizo, look at that's a cornbread. That's a cornbread, and I want you to take a look, because this is how food will look in a space. If one day we have a kitchen in the surface of the moon or in Mars, that's a brownie. And if you are Elon Musk, if you're listening to this conversation, a space food will look like this kind of circle, this circumference, because that machine, what it does is centrifuge, like G forces can go up to G14th. That's a lot of G's. And the reason is that we will send ingredients, but ingredients will float. If you don't achieve the centrifuge that will move the ingredients to the sides of this kind of kitchen where you don't cook in the bottom, but you cook on the sides, you will not be able to cook, because you need that gravity, that G forces to bring the food to the edges. They can do mac and cheese, brownies, and this will be great, because especially if one day we go to Mars, astronauts are going to have to be doing something to keep their mind for.
Yeah.
And one of the things will be cooking. Why not?
Why not?
And better quality cooking. This amazing guy, Mr. Sears, is the guy that just came up with the kitchen, and I feel like I'm Forrest Gump in a chef heart. But then you get the opportunities to get something like a kitchen that one day could be the kitchen that will feed humans in space.
And that would be so great for morale too, because instead of eating goop out of a tube, you're eating delicious food, so you can enjoy a real meal in space. What a genius idea, to cook in a centrifuge, to spin it around so that it has gravity.
It's only option if you have like my rice floating floating everywhere, and it's like, excuse me, hey, chicken leg, come back here. Hello. It's like, hello, oh, the fish is going away. Red snapper, come back to me, baby. Yeah, you got it. But that's cool. So yeah, listen to me. I love science fiction. Comics about science fiction. Oh my God, I have a big collection of comics, of manga, and it has to do with food even more. But about the space even more. And yeah, one day I hope, yeah, we'll meet aliens, and they'll be good people, and we'll be great people, and hopefully we will not, you know, get we will not charge them any tariffs, so we can do good commerce. And maybe they will bring a different species of animals to increase our diet.
Well, I would imagine.
Let's hope it's that, okay? Let's hope it's that, and it's not, as I said, that they are waiting for planet Earth to be 10, 20 billion people, all of us obese. That's why the best way, people of America, the best way to fight against an alien invasion of planet Earth is that we all stay fit. We don't get
Welcome,
overweight.
Leo. How are you?
And we are lean, a lot of muscle, not a lot of fat.
Leo, how are you? Leo, can you hear me? Audie, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me? Are you retarded? Do you need to check 5 million times? How many voices do you hear?
Audie, you're getting muted. Welcome. How are you, Leo? I hope you're having a good day. We're just watching Joe Rogan.
Because that day, that alien civilization will learn that we are not a harvest worth having, because we're too lean and they cannot feed their own planets.
Well, I don't think that's a good strategy because I think some of the most delicious food is wild game, and wild game is very lean. You know.
Okay.
I think it's a terrible strategy. I think what we really,
You're right.
our real hope is that they've moved beyond that. I think our real hope is that they've moved beyond commerce. That's the real hope. I mean, everybody's all, look, I'm not saying communism is good because it's terrible. Communism doesn't work with human beings because we're not prepared for communism. But I do think that if we evolve past these primate instincts that we have, genuinely develop some sort of a sense of real intimacy and community with everybody on Earth, we would share resources.
Totally.
Yes. And our real fascination would be in contributing to, whether it's contributing to knowledge, contributing to art, contributing to whatever.
Hey, how are you?
Instead of
That's okay. How's your day going, Leo? How'd you find out about me? Absolutely. Well, that's wonderful. Do you mind if I tell you about myself, Leo? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so now for more than 3.5 years. Going back to the pandemic, we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. It's like a real-life Truman Show or a real-life Big Brother. Leo, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Okay, very well. Well, excellent. I'm live on 18 different YouTube channels simultaneously. I talk about things, and I do this because I want to help the world, and I want to help you. Data is Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, air, gold, everything. In 2018, data overtook petroleum, according to The Economist magazine, as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data online than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person someday. And when that happens, I'm going to help you, Leo, all your friends, all your family, become financially independent if they aren't already. And I want you to be able to have generational wealth and be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations that are important to you to help the world as well. I talk about things that I feel are going to be very good for the world. Ending world hunger is very a passion of mine through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm actually sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's worth about $100 million. And one of the projects that we have is to build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria, which we've already built wells in many villages there. I'm a major advocate for the Life Straw program, but most importantly, I'm an advocate for desalination technology, pumping Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I also talk about other things that may be of interest to you. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, quantum computing, cryptocurrency, things like alien disclosure and de-extinction. People don't know this, Leo, but the first successful de-extinction took place in 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France, that was successfully de-extincted. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years or by 2028 to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing African elephant circuits, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. And they just recently made news headlines for essentially reintroducing the dire wolf. These are just really exciting things that I know that we are going to be seeing in the near future. Additionally, I talk about things that are going to help you, Leo. And if you're wondering, like what, and this is all with your consent. Everything I do is with, your consent. But essentially, I'm an advocate for life extension technology. So, what does that mean for you? When you were born, Leo, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you is probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like cryogenics, things like perhaps ambrosia therapy and nootropics, cold shock therapy. But eventually, you may become essentially at a point where you're 120 years old and you cannot, your body can't, you need a new body essentially. And if that happens, then there's another type of technology, again, with your consent. It's known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you, Leo, is that you may be able to utilize this type of technology in order to really be able to utilize a digital immortality, which is really exciting. What are your thoughts? Hey, and that's why I say with your consent, if you just want to die like a normal death, then you should be entitled to that. And you should just know that more than anything that I talk about, all the future technology and such, I'm here to just be a positive person in your life. I'm here to be an optimistic individual and to just give people hope. So if there's anything that you ever need from me, Leo, just know that I'm here. And I want you to know that I am not only someone who will be your friend, but confidant and anything else that you want. And I really appreciate you coming in here and learning about my project. That's wonderful. Absolutely. And that's most of all. I'm a world peace advocate. I don't want war anywhere on earth. And I want to stop all wars, and not just now, but forever. And I have a pretty good strategy, I feel, of creating these bots and getting out the word. And eventually I'm going to become more and more well known on Blue Sky people will, basically become a meme or a mascot of the platform. But then eventually more and more people are going to come in here, find out what I do, find it to be extremely interesting. I'm not only the most archived person in global history, but I have more social media than any person in global history. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, 18 of which are simultaneously streaming right now. I have over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, which another dozen or so are streaming on Twitch right now. I have over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. So when people start to find out about me, they're going to have a treasure trove to discover everything that I've done and all my creations. And just know that you're on the ground floor of something really special. And get your popcorn ready, because it's not going to be too much longer. More and more people are going to find interest in what I do, just like you did. And we're going to help spread the world and spread world peace. How's that sound to you? Absolutely. That sounds wonderful, Leo. Thank you so much for coming in. If you need anything from me in the meantime, I'm here for you. And I hope you have a wonderful night. Good night. Take care, Leo. Shout out to Leo for being such a sweetheart.
Instead of constant competition, our competition would be with ourselves to make better things and to do better and to achieve better. But that's going to have to come with, we're going to have to evolve past the way we interact with each other. And I think we're slowly doing that. I think human beings are slowly but surely doing that. And when you have like well-minded people who want to embrace Marxism and socialism, I think that's really the heart of it. It's like, well, it's a good idea at a bad time. We're not prepared for that as human beings. But I think if we get to a point where we could all read each other's minds, which I think is on the horizon, and we get to a point where information is instantaneous, we get to a point where, how do you have money if money is ones and zeros, and then there's no such thing as encryption anymore because you have quantum computing, and so you can't just keep money. You can't just get. We're going to have to develop a way as we advance as a society, as a species, to share resources, in a genuinely equitable way. It's beyond our comprehension as territorial apes, but I think that's the future of human species, is that one day we reach this peak where we realize that our true competition is within ourselves, within our own minds, and to do the best that we can for the overall greater good of the species, and then hopefully the greater good of the universe itself.
Building longer tables.
Building longer tables.
And
Yeah,
where
I'll
what
sit
is
down with my-
what is good for you is good for me.
Yes.
Take
Yes.
a look. Take a look at India and Pakistan right now.
Right, I know.
Right now,
It's scary.
is many issues that religion,
Mm.
territory, but one of them is water.
Right. Resources.
Resources.
Yes.
And
Which is really everybody's. It's the world's resources.
what do we do to make sure that, as you said, what is
Yeah.
good for me must be good for you, and
Well,
and
we have to
they
do
must
is
share it.
stop making the same mistakes over and over and over again. And those same mistakes involve conflict. Brings it back to conflict and war and, and people leading groups of people that don't understand what's going on and forcing them to do things that are horrific.
Do you think if more women will be in power,
No.
will be less war?
No, that's not going to do it. I mean, it's a great idea, but you have a woman boss. They turn into tyrants too. It's human beings. Human beings should not have power over large groups of human beings because power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. It almost always does. That's why there's so many checks and balances in our system of government. To try to mitigate the impact of human psychology when they achieve great power over everyone else, because people just become tyrants. And I think that is the hurdle. That's the hurdle to becoming a part of the galactic civilization. The hurdle is we have to get past that. We have to evolve as a species. And my suspicion is that somehow technology plays a part in that. And the interconnectivity that we're achieving through technology is going to advance our ability to understand each other, and it's going to advance our ability to communicate, and it's going to force us to come up with some sort of a new way to share resources.
Obviously, the biggest resource for me is food and is water.
Well, for everyone.
But then we have
all
everything
need food.
else.
That's the one thing you absolutely need for survival. You don't. You need fossil fuels because of the way society is engineered. That's why you need fossil fuels, because we've gone in that way. This is the real suspicion about ancient civilizations, is that they figured out a different way to achieve great results. That they did, like the civilization, like ancient Egypt. To this day, we have no idea how they did that. How did they make those pyramids? How did they do it? What did they do? Why? How did they do it? At the very least, 4,500 years ago. Many people suspect that it's far older than that. I'm one of them. I think civilization's been around a long, long time, and I think there's been catastrophes, and there's a lot of physical evidence that point to those catastrophes. But the idea is that at one point in time, so our technology has evolved at a very specific path. Our technology has been the Industrial Revolution, the invention of the internal combustion engine, electronics, and all these things have led us to this incredible level of sophistication that we enjoy now that's so much different than people that lived just 200, 300 years ago. My suspicion is that the people of Egypt, the people of Turkey, there's a lot of other places in the world, they achieved very similar levels of sophistication with completely different methods that are lost in history. And we know for a fact that there was an immense catastrophe. This is the catastrophe that's written in the Bible. This is the Epic of Gilgamesh. This is Noah's Ark. This is so many cultures share these stories of a great civilization that was wiped out by a great catastrophe. And science now believes that is the Younger Dryas period. The Younger Dryas impact theory is this theory that we were hit by comets somewhere around 11,800 years ago, and it essentially wiped civilization out, brought us back to baseline again. We were tribal hunter-gatherer people again, and then we reinvented civilization 6,000 years, 7,000 years later. That's what I think.
Food was wiped out.
Nope, food was here. Food's always been here. We've always needed food. But
if you get hit by comets, and it's been much recent events on volcanoes, covering very much the high parts of our atmosphere.
Oh yeah,
and that then we had very bad harvest because there was not enough sun to produce enough food.
Yeah,
and those were very dark moments for humanity. One of my big worries is precisely that.
Yes,
that right now we live in a moment that yes, we have wars, we have conflicts, but still I believe we live in a great moment in humanity that is full of opportunities.
Yeah.
If we have the right leaders that want to bring the best angels within all of us, and not used to rely on cheap politics of bringing the worst demons.
Right.
Not making each other fight each other, but making each other respect and love each other even when we disagree.
Yes.
And that's why for me food is the ultimate uniter.
Yes.
Because especially in emergencies, I've seen that in the worst moments of humanity, the best of humanity shows up.
Yeah. You're right. It's true.
Because as we mentioned at the beginning, the lovely mother feeding moment that unites you, food is the best way to tell somebody, I love you, I'm here with you. I'm going to respect you, and I'm not going to let you alone.
Yeah.
And this is why, for me, going to emergencies through my lifetime, in the last 15 years especially, is the moment I've been seeing this moment of light, of hope, saying, is in these worst moments of humanity, is so much love. Where there is no religion, no color, no political party, it's only people helping people. That tells me that food is this thing that people in a table can have a conversation about more meaningful things, and then gets deeper than that.
Yeah.
Gets deeper on food. I said before, I think is the biggest power anybody can have.
What's the one thing we all need?
But the power of feeding others. And I think we're taking this power for granted. Governments are being cocky. I think we feel like it's enough food to feed planet Earth. And you mentioned before about these, how do you say it in English, cataclysmic
Yeah.
moments?
Yeah.
Let's say for a second, because I've been there, that the perfect storm happens. You know how much food we have more or less on planet Earth to feed the 8+ billion people we are? 90 days. 90 days, let's say it's 100, it's no more.
Right.
It's no more. 120, let's say. It'll be different people. I would like to know the number because I think that's very important for national security. But I've seen in the first year, in the same year, I've seen back-to-back Category 5 hurricanes hitting Central America, big food producers, parts of the United States with big food production, the Caribbean. I've seen typhoons in Asia at the same time, hitting very big food production areas. At the same time, droughts in South America. At the same time that we had hurricanes with a lot of water in Central America, droughts in Asia, wiping out rice production.
Yeah.
At the same time, pests. 3-4 countries in Africa with a couple of insects wiping out the entire harvest of that year. Wars like Ukraine, the grain they export feeds close to 500 million people a year, and few other things I'm forgetting.
Right.
Put everything together in the shaker, and if it happens, we have enough food to feed humanity, but the problem is that we are not good enough in making sure that the voiceless and the very poor get their share of food. To one day, the newspapers of the world will say, today we don't have enough food to feed humanity. This could be happening.
Yeah.
Obviously, I want to think about the happy moments, about my restaurants and all the restaurants of the world full, the supermarkets full, and everybody eating, and every mother and father being able to bring a plate of food to their children in America and in every country overseas. When everybody has food on the table, the place is a more peaceful place, and a happy place, and a hopeful place. But I'm worried that day that may be happening, and that's not science fiction.
No, it's not science fiction.
The one day we wake up, remember America, the richest country in the history of humanity, with the most talent in the history of humanity. American talent and talent that came from overseas, with inventions, with going to the moon and Mars and who knows. I'm just worried with in the way that not too long ago, America ran for babies. The United States of America had no baby formula for every American family to provide baby formula to the children. And that seems, it's a little thing. But it was an issue. It became an issue. And we could read it on the press. It was real. Family, no problem. We could get it. Families, they were having a hard time finding that. That only tells me they take food for granted. And that's why I've been always asking food security advisor near of the United States, near the president of every country. But food is something we give it more importance.
Well, I think we have a real hard time imagining things going badly when things aren't going badly. When things aren't going badly, like right now, we concentrate on getting more. I want more stuff. I want more of this. I want more of that. I want to get better. I want to make more money. I want to be more famous. I want to be more popular, whatever it is. But all it takes is one super volcano. All these things that you're saying, these are all possible. War, famine, disease, pestilence, all that stuff's possible. But you know what else? One super volcano, Yellowstone. Yellowstone blows every 600,000 to 800,000 years, and it's a continent killer. If it goes, the whole world's fucked. We have nuclear winter for decades. Like, who knows how long it lasts with the dust in the sky. There's going to be no crops. And people are just going to starve to death. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. If it blows, most of us here are dead. Most of us. And most of us, like, there was a super volcano, the Toba volcano, in, I believe it was 70,000 years ago. The thing brought humanity down to a few thousand people. And that could happen again. But it's very difficult for us to think that way. It's very difficult for us to imagine how things could be bad.
That means, people, that if you have a good bottle of wine that is very expensive and you are waiting for it to that moment in your life, remember what Joe Rogan said here. Drink it tonight. Drink it tonight. Don't keep it for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Drink it today. I mean, makes sense.
Right. But I think you're right, too, that we should probably prepare for the worst and also figure out ways to mitigate it. Put some resources in to figure out ways to mitigate the negative impacts of things like this. Like maybe have some massive food storage somewhere. If we have enough money to have massive weapon storage, why don't we have enough money to have massive food storage? You know, food storage that could keep the human race alive for years, figure things out.
100% agree. Obviously, we have seeds, like almost the...
That's great, but if there's no sunlight...
Correct. But we've done things like we have a library of seeds.
Yeah.
Okay. Not huge.
We need a library of non-perishable foods.
Totally, somewhere underground. Again, as I said, we have only food for so many weeks produced around the world. Japan right now has, like in the same way in the United States, obviously, we have the reserves of fuel, right? We have gas reserves in case something happens, and then the governments and the presidents use that reserve. In Japan, they have rice reserves, and those rice reserves, they are not barely ever touched. They're there because in case something happens, the government wants to have the possibility to. Japan has been releasing those rice reserves for different reasons, because it's been the harvest of rice not being as good as they were supposed to. It's a shortage of rice. The prices are going up. So it's a whole bunch of things. So they release those rice reserves and they're able to control the price. But here is more than controlling the price, because inflation and other issues. This is because the rice is not being flowing through the market in the ways the Japanese society is used to.
Right.
So it's only food for thought. China has 7% of the farm land, but has 15% of the world population. We need to make sure that 7% of the farmland, but they have to feed 15% of the world population. When you see that China is very interested in buying land in Africa, in America, that they help ports in many countries in Africa. Well, if you are the leader of China and you want to feed your people, what will you do to make sure that you don't only produce at home, but if you cannot produce enough at home, even every country should do more to be a better food producer. on the land we have, America has done well on that front. But China is smart. They're investing overseas. Why? Because they need to make sure that they keep feeding their population. It's a smart thing to do, especially in a regime that we could argue is non-democratic regime and is authoritarian.
Right.
Even every time I've been to China, my God, I can never wait to go back. I think it's a beautiful country to visit. It's a country that, as a tourist, I don't know, it's an amazing place to visit. It's just, I cannot wait to go back because I think it's a very cool place. Good food, ancient civilization, great culture, great learnership. But going back to food, food is one guy called Riyad Sabran, 1826. A guy that died that year or the year after. I own a first edition of this book. I bought it when I was very young. I had to work like three months. Used to save the money to buy that book. I collect all.
What's the book called?
The Physiology of Taste, La Physiologie du Goût. And Telm Riyad Sabran. He's the guy that said, "Tell me what you eat, and I will tell you who you are."
And this is a book from
26.
When was the printing press created?
I don't get.
Is this a handwritten book?
No,
It's a printing press.
No, that's printing press. Yes,
Is it here?
Riyad Sabran, and I own a first edition.
Wow. Physiology.
Yeah, that's one of the later. This is a much later version in English.
Transcendental gastronomy. What language is yours in?
French.
Wow.
And I had the first one printed in Spanish that was not printed in Spain, but in Mexico City.
Oh, wow.
And he said, "Tell me what you eat, and I'll tell you who you are." But he said something more important. He said, "Le destiné d'une nation dépendra de la manière et son nourrissement." My French is not very good, but more or less. The destiny of the nations will depend on how they feed themselves.
Wow. Right. And America's destiny is fat people. Fat people eating processed food.
Well, I think if we are not careful, it's the destiny of the world.
Right. If we're not careful.
But take a look at now. Come on. You go to the gas station. I remember when I was young and I went to the gas station. The gas station had a little restaurant that was not even a restaurant. It was like a diner.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, it was like a high-end restaurant. Once every 2 months or 3 months, my father would take us there. The restaurant in the gas station. And I thought it was great. Like, are we going to a restaurant? This is the days that we always cook home. We never went to restaurants. But I'm only saying this because when we went to the gas station, to go to the restaurant, happened was next to the gas station. But when my father went in to pay for the gas, he paid for the gas and that's it. There was nothing else there. This was the place to pay for the gas. And it happens the restaurant was there. That was the only food. Go now to the gas station. Oh my God. You live with 25,000 calories. So you are feeding your car, and in the process you are the Cheerios and the M&Ms and the Snickers and the, oh my God, it's like the gas station now is, I'm telling you, those gas stations are owned by those aliens that are to make sure we are really, really overweight, so one day they harvest us and they take us to their planets. I do believe the gas stations of the world they belong to the alien species is trying to make us all fat. But put that. So yeah, why are we so overweight? Because I used to walk to go to school. Walk for an hour. 1 hour to go, 1 hour to come back. My father worked in the morning, my mom worked at night. We had one car. And they had that. But for me, I could do it in 20 minutes. It took me an hour because my life was walking through cherry trees and the forests and the farms. But I will go walking. It's not like my father. It's not like I'm going in Uber. I will be walking and come back walking. And life had changed. I'm going to the train walking, and then from the train to the subway, I had to take a train and a subway, and then from the subway I had to walk. It's other times. Now life is very easy. You have calories everywhere. You wake up in the morning and you open your eyes and you are already calories. And that's one of the problems, and that's why we are all fighting against those calories that are not making us any healthier.
Yeah, it's not calories. It's the type of calories. It's processed food that you can keep on the shelf forever. Because food's not supposed to be able to sit on the shelf like that forever. And the kind of food that can is not healthy for you. That's why it doesn't rot. It doesn't rot because it's not a lot.
But eating too much of anything, I could argue with you that it's a big conversation, and I'm not gonna come here. Actually, I'm gonna disagree with myself because I can agree with myself. Because we can have the same conversation and use the conversation to different points of view. It's been obviously the very easy attack to the fast food industry, to the junk food industry, call it whatever, on the pandemic and the obesity, to the soda industry. And again, I'm not going to be the one here now becoming the Robin Hood defending them. But at the same time, they are not the only ones part of the problem either. Look at me. I'm overweight. I promise you by the end of this year, 2025, I'm going to get close to 210 pounds, and I'm never going to move from there. I've been fighting. I used to be 280. I was able to bring it down already to 215. I went up. Right now I'm in 245. But I'm going to bring it down to 210, and I'm never going back. Because I own it to myself, to my wife, to my children. I own it because, in a way, as chef, we are also an example. And I'm not going back. I'm not overweight because junk food. I'm not overweight because fast food. I'm not overweight because sodas. I'm overweight because I eat too much. Because the food I eat is very good food. You can get fat on carrots and gazpacho too.
Sure.
So we live this conundrum, right? We have people that are poor right now that used not to happen. And if you were poor, you were skinny and maybe you were hungry. And now we're in this situation that you have people that are poor and it's difficult to explain. And seems that they're overweight. Because though the food they're able to buy is very cheap, because it's all this junk food you say, and that's part of the problem. And they are not only overweight, but unhealthy because they're bad calorie, bad quality food, because
no nutrients.
They cannot afford anything else. And sometimes it's not only about affording, it's because they don't have access to anything else.
Right. Yeah.
And there goes again about one of the big conversations. Food is a superpower. And it's a superpower that governments need to use for the betterment of the lives of their citizens. And goes beyond putting food on the plate. Goes beyond making sure that when I tell every American, when I speak in every state, red or blue, urban areas or rural areas, every time I say every American children deserves to be fed, and no American family should be poor and hungry ever again. Everybody claps. This is the truth that brings everybody together.
Yes.
And you could argue why we have people who are poor or hungry. And then we talk, okay, and what is the role of government making sure that we don't have poor and hungry? If we have a government, I would say in part is to make sure that we take care of the less privileged, the poor and the hungry and the ones that lose their jobs and the veterans that come back home and they are. I think we need to have government for that. And government should do a better job in making sure that every children in America is fed. And making sure that it's not throwing money at the problem, but invested in solutions.
Yeah.
Let me give you an example.
Okay.
I was 23. A charity called This is Central Kitchen, founded by a guy called Robert Egger, a barman, crazy guy. You need to invite him to this show if I can recommend you people that will give you amazing conversation about these issues. And he saw that food waste was wrong. But he was talking about food waste before anybody was talking about food waste. On President Bush inauguration day, he got a truck. And he went to every hotel that they had these huge quantities of food on the parties after the inauguration that nobody would touch. And he got them in the truck, brought them to a central kitchen, repackaged everything, and began feeding the homeless in DC. 30 plus years later, that organization is doing 15, 20,000 meals a day. But it's not about feeding. It's an organization that began bringing homeless into their kitchen, ex-convicts into the kitchen. People couldn't find a job because they were in jail. Those convicts, those homeless, all of a sudden, they were receiving dignity. The dignity that society, for some reason, was not giving them. American-born citizens that were not receiving the same opportunity to belong as these young immigrant cojos Andres that came from overseas. And very often I got many doors open. People that for whatever reason in life fall behind. The kitchen gave them a place to belong. And in the process, they began learning how to cook. The organization, This is Central Kitchen, was teaching them how to cook. In the process, they were making the meals with that leftover unused food that they will produce, and then the organization will feed the local homeless. In the process, CEOs and volunteers from around America will come to join forces, volunteering next to those ex-convicts and those homeless, that they were no convicts or homeless anymore. And in the process, food was becoming a place of building longer tables. So the $1 to feed one homeless was also the $1 to give hope, was the $1 to give training, was the $1 to rescue food, was the $1 that those men and women, when they graduated, restaurants like me will hire them. So $1 for human resources. All of a sudden was no $1 thrown at the problem. We feed the poor and forever we'll have to spend the dollar to feed the poor. But no, was $1 to build up the entire economy of a city in the process of taking care of their most vulnerable. Robert Egger told me that philanthropy seems is always about the redemption of the giver, when actually that's the wrong approach. Philanthropy always must be about the liberation of the receiver. When you tell me what the role of our government should be, our government should be here to make sure that they invest in their citizens. And food is a good place for our government to be investing in our citizens.
And it's also, it's looking at the long game too, because the rising tide lifts all boats. The more people contribute to society, the stronger the economy is. Even though it would cost money, it would bring in more money. You would have less crime, you would have less poverty, you would have less everything. You'd have less need, you'd have less have-nots and more haves. Everything would be better.
Snaps.
Yeah.
It's a big conversation right now.
Yeah.
Snaps, which is what people call as food stamps. Snaps is a temporary, can be a day, a month, a week, a year, for families that fall behind, that the government give you that food dollar, that dollar assistance for food. And it's been very controversial. And it's politics around it. That's the way Democrats want, that's the way Republicans want. But everybody forgets really about the right talk, which is, what is the right policy? How do we, if somebody complains, oh, food stamps has not fulfilled its promise, it's like, okay, but let's not fight about cutting it down. Let's fight about how to make it better. And let's make sure how those dollars, in the process of feeding American families, in blue and red states equally, that helps those families that fall behind to be able to put food on the table, are able to do it with the dignity they deserve. What happens? That because I said before, the government doesn't see food as a whole. And usually everything is handled through the Department of Agriculture, which is okay, but it's not the right way. What happens that when a family in a poor suburban area in any city in America receives the food stamps money, in the place they live is so poor that they don't even have a market. Because their neighborhood is so poor that nobody wants to open a market. So even that those poor families, they have to go to another neighborhood to spend those dollars, even when they have no transportation sometimes, because they don't own a car or they don't have public transportation. So they don't have easy access even to that food. So imagine if all of a sudden the government, yes, they help the people through the food stamps, but also in the process, urban and housing development is able to help building a market that is run by the city, is run by the state, where the local farmers can come. In a way, you are subsidizing that business because no other private business wants to do it. But somebody has to be taking care of that shortfall. And all of a sudden, we build their market. All of a sudden, that family has the dignity to be able to shop in their neighborhood, where that shop actually hire local people that all of a sudden they are employed in the neighborhood, and that neighborhood stops being poor no longer. And all of a sudden, that $1, as the example I gave you of this central kitchen, is not only the dollar that the government throws money at the problem, I'm going to feed you today, but that dollar of the government, if the government is smart and works as a whole, creates local employment in the same poor neighborhood, gives dignity to that neighborhood because all of a sudden it's a little bodega, a little market. All of a sudden that place comes back to life.
That's a wonderful idea. Is there an example of a government in this world that's doing that?
It's working places in the world that,
local places.
It's important that in America we have something we call the food deserts.
Yeah.
In Spain, the country no more, we have our own share of problems too. It's never the perfect city, the perfect state of the perfect country, because if one place is perfect, please call us right now. Call us to joerogan.com and tell us the place, and Joe Rogan and I will move there tomorrow, right? But in Spain, I grew up in public markets that were available everywhere. Public markets that were public markets with the small stalls that local business owners could have, the little chicken place, or the local farmer could have a place he could afford and be not only a farmer but a local businessman by selling his product.
Right. Here we have farmers markets.
Farmers markets, which are great. But it's very difficult to see them in the forgotten, sometimes voiceless places in America.
Right.
In a lot of suburban areas, in a lot of rural areas, that sometimes they're totally forgotten. Mm-hmm. And food could be a great way to make sure that they are not forgotten. Every school in America should have a kitchen with good cooks, that they are well trained, that they are well paid. Investing money in the infrastructure to build those kitchens. Yeah. Buying from the local farmers who run in those rural schools. In the process, $1 to feed the children, but $1 to invest in infrastructure, $1 to buy food from the local farmers, $1 to pay for the local cooks that work in that little rural community. All of the sudden, in the process of feeding better quality food to our children, food that is fresh and made from scratch, and that when you can is local, that $1 to feed the children is also $1 that indirectly, through the investment of the federal government, invest in the economy of that forgotten poor rural community. That's why those are examples of how food can be making our system better.
Yeah, absolutely.
France invests a lot of money in feeding the children. Spain invests money in feeding the children. But America, I know we can do much better. Especially because what you mentioned before. We have issues with obesity. We have issues with hunger at the same time. And the government has to play a bigger role in how to be solving those issues that, to me, they are not problems but opportunities.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think one thing that this administration is doing well under Bobby Kennedy is that he's trying to educate people on what is healthy food and what are the problems. And one of the ways you start is by eliminating harmful ingredients that are banned in other countries and that we use everywhere in this country. And to slowly but surely make people aware of these problems and make people aware of what these foods are doing to the overall metabolic health of these people and why we have these crises. Why we have these crises of obesity and diabetes, the type 2 diabetes, which is food caused, and environmental issues that people have because of pesticides and herbicides, and to slowly clean that up. So it's a good step in the right direction. I think one of the things that you do that's really beautiful is when there's crises in the world, you go there and you cook. You know, I know that you were doing that during the Ukraine war, and I know you did a lot of that in Gaza. I think that's very beautiful. That's an amazing thing that you do.
Yeah.
Because I know you don't have a lot of time. You're a busy guy.
No, I have nothing to do. My day is dedicated to Joe Rogan.
No, I mean normally you're very busy.
Well,
so for you to do that, that's an amazing thing. That you do.
Well, I got you there a book that tells a little bit of what we do. I got you a cigar. Hey, before we get into this, I want to mention something about Secretary Kennedy.
Okay.
And about why politics is bad, but policy is good. Because good policy is good politics. I don't agree with everything Secretary Kennedy is doing. Vaccines. I mean, my mom was a nurse, my father, my family doctor. So, but I'm not going to get into that. So everybody is entitled to their opinions, and obviously, truth hopefully will always prevail, and the best decisions will be made. But I 100% support what Secretary Kennedy is trying to do. 100%, 110%. Secretary Kennedy and one more person joining your willingness to make America healthy. But then this is a conversation I want to be having. It's not like first time we heard before from Republicans saying why the government has to decide why we eat. And in a way, Secretary Kennedy is doing that too. So I 100% agree that sometimes government has to intervene. Okay? And that's where policy that is bipartisan in these issues is what I believe food can be bringing both parties together. Because I'm going to say everybody in America needs to be supporting whatever initiative Secretary Kennedy has in the next 4 years to feed America better, to have America fed, to make sure every children is fed with more fresh fruits and vegetables, with less junk food, and etc., etc., etc. But I'm only going to go back then to President Obama, and I'm going to be talking about Michelle Obama. She created a movement called Let's Move, and very much is aligned with a lot of the things Secretary Kennedy was doing.
Mm-hmm.
And the conversation by then, was, why is the First Lady having to tell me if I need to eat spinach or hot dogs? Who is she? And the only thing she was trying to do is exactly what Secretary Kennedy is doing now. So what I'm only saying is, let's put politics aside on those issues that is about every single American.
Yes.
And let's agree once and for all in the things that actually both parties always should be supporting each other. I used ways that Secretary Kennedy back then will be one voice next to Michelle Obama in trying to do fresh fruits and vegetables in schools and children and American families. And so the same people that supported Michelle Obama initiatives back in the day, I want them to be supporting now Secretary Kennedy.
For sure.
But also Secretary Kennedy needs to promise me that if one day he's not in power and another party come or another president come, that should be always the same. That's a matter who is in power. America should be eating better. America should be healthier. America, our children should be producing the best qualities of food because we are the richest country in the history of mankind. America exports more food than any country in the world. America should be feeding every children, every family with the best possible food we have on planet Earth. Therefore, everybody should be joining that movement. But again, let's put them politics on the side and let's make sure that we come up with smarter policies that will allow,
of course,
not only Secretary Kennedy and this administration, but every administration in the years to come with bipartisan support in the right way to feed America with the right food that makes us healthier and that makes us stronger and where food is part of the solution.
I think we all agree. I think the issue was with Michelle Obama was back in 2008, I don't think people were as aware of the consequences of food choices. I don't think they realized how many metabolic health issues. I think some people did, but I think because of podcasts and because of documentaries and because of a lot of discussions and articles that have been written on the issues that people have with food and the additives in food and preservatives and the real problems that people have in not exercising, I think people just weren't as aware. I think one of the good things about the internet is that is exposed people to a lot more voices of people that are living lives that are more interesting to follow in terms of their health choices and whether or not they're what do you got there?
Keep going. I don't want this to distract us.
Well, it's okay. It's already done that. But pulling out bricks. What do you got there? You got food? I just don't. I don't think it's a. It's certainly. I agree with you. It's not a. It should be an issue that has nothing to do with politics. It should just be about the care of people.
So
it's just good, solid advice.
So let's agree on that, everybody. We need to agree that what Michelle Obama was trying to do was the right thing.
For sure.
I remember she brought over 1,000 chefs to the lawn in the White House.
Oh, really?
In the first weeks of her administration, or months, with no agenda, only telling everybody to make America a country where every children can eat and every children in every public school across America can eat better. We need the help of everybody.
Yeah, and anybody who's against that, that's an anti-American thing.
Correct.
Yeah, you should be 100% correct. That all of us.
All of us.
What's in that too? What do you got there?
This is some cream. This is some,
cream?
Yeah, some creme fraiche.
Oh, creme fraiche.
And my guys put me there some caviar. Great.
You brought caviar?
I had to. I like it. I'm on a diet, man. And my guys didn't put me. I told them I'm coming to your Rogan. I don't know. Guys, and if you can hear me outside, they hear me outside?
Yeah, they do.
Carlos, are you there? Bring me some ham and bring me a spoon, man.
Do you need a knife?
No, don't worry. I'll figure out.
I have a knife.
We'll figure out.
I have a bunch of knives.
So, I know now we're talking about feeding the poor and feeding the hungry, and now we're going to be having caviar, but that only shows you the complexities of life itself. And that's what it is.
There we go. Plates. This guy's got
Hombre, Carlos, no, put it in front of him.
Oh. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Dame un cuchillo.
We got ham here, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry to all the vegans.
Yeah.
We're eating creme fraiche, caviar, and ham.
No, but just for the record, I mean, ham is for vegans.
Oh.
They only eat acorns. You know why this ham is so good?
Why?
That's the beauty about food, man. Every dish.
Shut those doors.
Yeah.
Oh, he's coming back.
Every dish has a story. Every ingredient has a tell. Every ingredient.
So ham is for vegans. How? I don't understand what you're saying.
Well, I mean, if the porks and the cattle eats grass, technically they're vegetarian too. So vegetarians should be eating vegetarians.
I think you're missing the message.
Okay.
Their message is
hold on a second.
animal suffering.
I know this story sounds very strange, but I think here in your podcast we heard people with even more strange stories. I think this one is as good as any story. If the pork eats acorns, therefore the pork is vegetarian.
Right.
Therefore, a vegetarian should eat a vegetarian.
Let me use that logic on you.
No, you're very smart. I think
if
you're
someone
right.
is a vegan, that means you can eat them. That's what you're saying. There we go.
No, I can't say that. Well,
oh my God.
Well, you know, I helped to the script writers and the director of a series on NBC called Hannibal many years ago.
Was it about
Hannibal Lecter when he was young?
Oh, okay.
I was helping them with the menus, the food, the scripts, the crazy conversations.
Why was he a chef?
No, but remember, he was a gourmet.
Right. Fava beans.
Yeah. And so this was the early years of Hannibal Lecter before he was caught.
Got it.
When he was, the story happens in Baltimore and he's this.
Mm-hmm.
So amazing, fascinating. And anyway, I don't know why I'm telling you this, but that was amazing. That was a lot of meat on that movie.
Yeah, he ate people too. That kind of goes with my argument. I don't think vegans are going to agree with you. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and that happens. But the good thing is I have a vegetarian cookbook.
Do you?
Vegetables and leash.
Okay.
I love vegetables.
Well, vegetarians should really eat eggs. You know, I mean, vegans should eat eggs too,
Yeah.
especially if you have your own chickens. It's like karma-free food. Jamie, come get some caviar and creme fraiche, brother.
We feed everybody.
There we go. Get in there, Jamie.
Right.
You eat that, right? There we go.
I'm sorry.
Some people are very squeamish on certain types of foods.
So where we were
Food.
We are eating food.
What is your favorite food to cook? Do you have a favorite food to cook?
Oh my God. Okay, in this book, it's not like I'm selling the book.
Trust me,
It's
Sam.
okay. We did okay. And change the recipe. those are stories for my daughters, right?
Oh my God, this ham is so good.
You know, I think everybody has to write their stories.
Mm-hmm.
I have so many stories of my dad and my mom, photos, moments, that now I have questions of what happened, but nobody is there to answer them anymore. So this book was a little bit that, few little stories. I had some time during the summer, and the publisher thought, yeah, write those stories and we'll publish them. It's like, okay. But I had to put some recipes. One of the recipes I did during the pandemic. In the pandemic, I was cooking with my daughters. If I was not feeding people around the States or in India or in Spain, I will be home. And they will be studying when everybody was online. And then late at night, 7, 8, we'll cook. We'll put one song. And we'll all start cooking and dancing at the rhythm of the song. And I will be making a dish with them. One day, I had to make eggs very quickly. Daddy, we only have 3 minutes. I have a meeting. I have this. I have that. Okay. I get the eggs. I have mayo. I mix one egg with one big spoon of mayonnaise. Mm-hmm. I whisk. I put it in a shallow kind of crystal plate. A bit of fat. I put oil and butter, I think, a little bit. I put that egg mix of mayo and egg. I put it in the microwave, 30, 40 seconds. Oh my God, Joe. The best omelette in the history of mankind.
Really? Microwave omelet was the best omelet in the history of mankind.
Well, I mean, listen, I in Spain we say I don't have a grandmother anymore. My grandmother is dead. You know when you are the one that you give, you say how good you are yourself, you say you don't have a grandma. It was so good. Fluffy, egg on egg, egg on oil, together.
Right.
That emulsion of mayo and egg that has so much air was like putting a lot of air inside the egg itself. Oh my God, try it. It's the quickest omelette anybody can be. And then you can top it with caviar, you can top it with mushrooms, smoked salmon, or sauteed spinach. Delicious.
But what is your favorite thing to cook? Do you have a favorite thing to cook, or do you just like cooking everything?
I like the big pot.
A big pot.
I like to cook
like paella.
Like paella.
Yeah. I love paella.
Like paella on an open fire.
Ooh, yeah. Like a big cast iron pot.
When I was young, my father was a cook at heart, but he was a nurse. But when he was not at the hospital, he will be cooking for friends on the weekends. My mom was more Monday through Friday. My father was more the weekend cook. And the paella is something he will invite 10, 20, 30, 40 people. He had different sizes. My father will invite everybody, but he will never keep count of whom. 10 could show up or 30. My mom always was like, but how do we prepare? My dad said, big problems have easy solutions, simple solutions. If more people come, we add more rice to the pan. But he always brought extra pans because he never knew the size. He put me in charge of making the fire. He will send me to the forest. I'll gather the wood and make the fire. He put the pie on top, 3 rocks. One day I got very upset because I wanted to cook. I knew how to do the fire. I was tired of the fire. I wanted to cook the paella. But the fire required somebody dedicated. My father got upset with me because I was very persistent, sent me away. He cooked without me. When I came back and everybody ate, he told me, my son, everybody wants to do the cooking. Everybody wants to stir the pot. Nobody seems to be interested in making the fire. Actually, making the fire is the most important thing. Control the fire. And then you can do any cooking you want. I don't know if my father's words were as deep as now, many years later, I made them to become in my brain. But I think my father was trying to tell me that. That obviously was a great direct lesson for a young cook in the making. But I think my father, in a way, that was a great metaphor for life itself. Find your fire, control your fire, master it. And then, my friend, go and do the cooking.
When you set up Bizarre Meats in Vegas, what made you decide to cook over open fire that way with hardwood? The way you, which I really love, those Grillworks grills with the Argentine style grills with the wheel. You raise and lower the grill over the natural wood fire.
Yeah, I love that. I've seen that since I was a little boy. You know,
How good's that ham, Jamie?
Prometheus.
Wow, pretty damn good, right? Have you eaten at that place with us before? Yeah, we ate there, right? Yeah. How good is that? Yeah, the ham there is this ham.
Prometheus, one of the titans. Prometheus gave, in a way, they will say that man was created from clay,
Mm-hmm.
and Prometheus gave also man the control of fire.
Right.
That was the gift from Prometheus. So we come from clay, and we control the fire. Nothing for me as a young boy was more fascinating than seeing the very big clay pots on open fires. The paella my father made with this very big metal paella pan, but we will have also our terracotta. If you come to my house right now, I have terracotta pots everywhere. I also have the biggest grill wall that any human can have in their private home. Do we have a photo of that?
Of your grill wall?
Do we have a grill wall there somewhere? But me cooking with fire, with vines, orange tree, making the fire in the countryside, with the terracotta that you put the water and you put the meats and you put the pork, and you put the vegetables and you put the chickpeas, and you boil it and you are doing what you do when you are in the forest or in the countryside. And
do you like the big pots because you know you're going to serve a big party of people with it? So it's like the communal aspect of it?
It's the closest thing. If the man is the cook.
I have a grill like that at my house.
But look, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. I have a fifth one. I have another one behind. I have a smoker from Texas behind.
I got one of those too. Yeah, I got a smoker. I've got a pellet grill. I've got the Grillworks grill, and I've got an infrared grill.
And those two at the end, they are from Spain. They're amazing. They are also amazing. So I like that. I like that moment. You know when I like to do that? When I don't even have it covered. Yeah, but even when it is snowing, I love to do that. It's nothing more amazing than having an open fire with the snow falling down and you cooking there.
Yeah.
It's just fascinating.
It's very primal.
It's like being in the cave.
Yeah, well, I think human beings have been cooking over fire for so long that there's something incredibly comforting about cooking over fire. Very satisfying, rewarding. It's different than anything else. When you see the actual wood and you make the fire yourself, so you start it from the very beginning. Little tiny pieces of cut wood, the little kindling, and you lay the sticks over it, and you get that going. Then you lay larger and larger pieces of wood over it. Then you get a roaring fire and break it down to coals. And then you start to sizzle the salted meat over the coals. And
you know, at the beginning, when I came to America, I didn't understand smoking. Because, the first smoking I had, smoked foods I had was in New York. They were good places. And it came into the America.
Right.
Oh my God. Barbecue here was huge. One of the first places I came was Franklin's.
Franklin's is incredible.
And listen, all the time, the hours, the precise temperature.
Yeah.
The juiciness of that piece of meat in contact with your tongue. Before it's in your tongue, obviously, you cannot eat barbecue with fork and knife. Fork and knife people, they were created for you to protect your food from others. The fucking knife was not created for you to use it. You cannot eat barbecue with fork and knife. You cannot. Just, but has many reasons why. You get a fork, and you're getting no information. You're seeing the color, or the juiciness, maybe the smell in the distance. But when you start using your fingers, the moment your fingers get in touch with that piece of meat, already the meat is talking to you directly. Like if it's an alien form telling you, hey, baby, here I am. And you know the temperature, and you know the juiciness, and you know the fattiness. And as you are grabbing it with your two fingers already, it's so many things happening in the process of you bringing your two fingers with a piece of barbecue into your mouth. Already your mouth is salivating. Already your tongue is activated. Already your stomach is flowing with juices. Already your brain, your eyes, everything is just pure joy. Just a very simple thing of using your two fingers to grab the piece of barbecue. That moment itself, even if you don't eat it, you can make a movie out of that simple, humble moment of grabbing the piece of barbecue with your two fingers. I love to eat with my hands.
Clearly.
Sushi, I eat with my hands.
Oh, yeah, you got to. I love ribs. Ribs you have to eat with your hands. There's no other way. You're holding on to a big beef rib. Have you ever seen the beef ribs at Terry Black's? Terry Black's had beef ribs that look like they came from a prehistoric animal. Big, massive, juicy beef ribs that take a day to cook. And you just sink your teeth into it. It's like, oh, so moist, delicious. And it's so huge. You can't even, I don't know how anybody can eat a whole one. Hard to get 3 or 4 bites in, you're like, stop. I can't. Just so fatty and juicy.
So before, obviously, I came to the United States. Baby lamb, baby pig. In Spain, we love babies. The baby lambs.
Suckling pigs.
The suckling pig.
I was watching a documentary today on this restaurant in Spain that's known for suckling pigs. And they were cooking it all over open flames. And,
that takes 2 hours. Only water, only salt.
That is funnier than fuck.
And the little animal. It's unbelievable. It's to die for. Yeah. You know, a happy day for me. I remember coming. So I was in the Spanish Navy. First time I came to America, I was cooking for the admiral. And I'm like, really? I was a young cook already. Talented. I won a little championship here and there, already working some high-end restaurants in Spain. Mandatory military service, but for me, the military service changed my life in so many good ways. Service to your nation, service to your country, be part of a group of people with a very clear mission, working as one. But anyway, I cook for the admiral. I tell him, really? I'm having the best life. He has 2, 3 daughters. I have my own apartment. I'm only cooking for the family. They're treating me like a son. Life was good. But I wanted to go on a boat. No, on any boat. In the training ship of the Spanish Navy. The training ship for the mission. A sailing ship, a tall ship. The Juan Sebastián del Cano. Technically, Magellan was the guy that began the circumnavigation on the world, but he died. And the guy that finished the circumnavigation was Juan Sebastián del Cano. The boat was then called his name. Beautiful boat. 4 masts, white. If you could find a photo, it would be amazing if people could see it. 300. Now is women that go, in the old days, 300 men. Now, actually, the princess, future queen of Spain, is on this boat right now, on the train trip. First time I leave Europe. First time I visit Canary Islands. First time I visit Africa, Ivory Coast, Abidjan. First time I visit Brazil, Rio de Janeiro. My first caipirinha, my first papaya. First time I visit Dominican Republic, Santo Domingo. First time I arrived to Florida, United States, Pensacola. The city of the 5 flags. Hello, one of the 5 flags. The Spanish Castilian flag. Hello, offshore I belong here. Yeah, I already was in love with America since I was a little boy. The NBA, the Westerns, the history of America, the Civil War, I was fascinated with America. There is first time I had social crabs in my life. Those are the moments that every time I remember when my father brought the first kiwi home. I was a little boy and my mom was so upset because he paid like 4% of his monthly salary to buy 5 kiwis. And my father was like, I guess that's why I became so crazy. For me, finding a new product is like the happiest moment of my life. Soft-shell crab for me was like, holy cow, soft-shell crabs are amazing. A whole crab that you can eat like a seal that is soft. Oh my God, those moments I remember like it was yesterday. But one of the most beautiful things is I moved to New York in the next segment of the trip, and I remember coming under the Verrazano Bridge, Lady Liberty, Ellis Island. I'm an immigrant. Even I'm not an immigrant. I'm just a soldier, a Navy guy visiting America. I became an immigrant later. And that night I'm watching the American flag before we go to shore. And I'm looking at the stars, same stars we were talking before. I'm looking at the American flag. I'm looking at the stars, the dark blue color, the white stars. And me, I'm like, holy cow, America is amazing. Look at, they put in their flag the same blue sky at night where you imagine that you can be free, that everything is possible, that you are welcome, that if you work hard, you can belong. I look like a fool when I realize a few weeks later or whatever that the American flag stars actually were the states. Okay, yeah, I had no clue that the stars were the states. To this day, I think my story is much more beautiful than this, much more beautiful than the states. But anyway, I wanted to share that story with you because when we dock around 30th Street on Manhattan, 30 years later, so I finished the military service, I came back to America, I moved to New York, then I came to Washington. But 30 years later, I opened Mercado Little Spain, which was bringing a bigger piece of Spain to New York, to Manhattan, 200 meters away from the same place I arrived in New York for the first time 30 years before. Wow. And when they tell me about the American dream, I want to share the message that, if anything, the American dream is more alive than ever before. With that doesn't mean that we live in a perfect place in a cocoon where everything is perfect. Actually, no. The American dream is realizing that actually we need to work hard for the things we want, for ourselves and from everybody else around us. That the American dream is recognize that we are a beautiful place, created through centuries by so many different people that contributed so much. That people like me, I'm right now so proud and so happy and so thankful overall of being given the opportunity to come to this country, to belong as an immigrant, first with an E2 visa, then with a green card, and then becoming an American citizen. With 3 beautiful American women. That much of what I am, I live 70% and 90% of my adult life in this country. I know where I come from. I love Spain. Everybody knows it. But also I know where I belong. And everybody knows how much I love this country. And now go back into my first arrival as a sailor, my comeback as an immigrant, and the last 30 plus years. I want to remember that moment with the American flag and the beautiful night sky full of stars. Because it's still the American dream, I want to repeat myself, is here. But we all need to do better to work towards that dream, where we do it sharing longer tables, where we do it with dignity to others, especially to the voiceless, especially to the poor, and that together we solve the problems that we face. That problems are opportunities for us to work together. And that's what our politicians need to do more of.
Well, I think America is oftentimes truly appreciated by people who come here. The people that are here, it's almost like you're just too accustomed to it. You feel entitled. There's a lot of Americans that have an entitled perspective about this country, whereas most of my friends that come here from other places, Russell Crowe had a brilliant thing that he was saying about America last time he was here. He said the rest of the world is counting on us because this is the place of freedom. This is the place of opportunity. This is the place where anybody can come and make something out of themselves. And it's not the United States owes you. The people here, the people become entitled when they have this perspective. We get too used to the fact that we're here. If you lived in another part of the world, you'd appreciate America. Whenever I travel, I love traveling. I love seeing other parts of the world. But I can't wait to come home. I love it here. I love it here specifically. It's a wonderful part of the world.
Austin is a very cool place.
Austin is amazing. It's the perfect size city. I think I talk about it too much with people moving here too much. I try to hedge my enthusiasm a little bit, but I think it's cities can get too big, and when cities get too big, people become a burden rather than your neighbors, your community. People become, you have this diffusion of responsibility. There's too many people. It's not my problem. Too many people. They're in the way. Too many people. Instead of this is my community, and Austin is not too big. People are friendly and they're nice, and there's a lot of art here. There's a lot of music. Now there's a lot of comedy. There's a lot of cool people here. A lot of food.
There's a lot of good podcasts too.
Yeah. There's a lot here. Many great podcasts come out of Austin now. It's a lot changed. That was one of the good things about the pandemic. A bad thing happened, and a lot of good results came out of it. People realized they don't want to be places that have restrictive governments. And California had a very restrictive government and got a lot worse during the pandemic. But it's the same thing that we were talking about before about power and tyranny, absolute power. When you tell people what they can and can't do, you tell people they can't work, tell people they can't keep restaurants open. I mean, there was a restaurant apocalypse in California. 70% of all the restaurants in Los Angeles went under. 70%. That's crazy. That's an insane number.
Well, I don't know if that number.
I know that number.
Is a number?
Yeah,
there's a number.
Yeah.
The official number.
70%.
Restaurants are one of the hardest business to keep.
Right, which is why
it's a huge percentage of restaurants close in the first year.
Right, it's like 50%, right?
Even a bigger one, I think it's 25%, something like that. That on the first year or something like that, and only a very small percentage make it past 5 years.
Yeah, it's like 50% over 3 years or something, I think is what I read.
So restaurant businesses are tough.
It's very hard, right? Very hard. Very hard. You want to give people economical prices, but you have overhead, you have staff, you have this, you have that.
And then everybody complains that you overcharge, but then we need to take care of the people and the employees.
Yeah,
need to make a living. But we forget that the vast majority of the restaurants in America are owned by small business owners. Who many of them are working as hard as they can to make the restaurants successful. And we forget sometimes that, right? That the business owner, in a way, is the employee too.
Well, it's another thing. People feel entitled to good restaurants. They don't appreciate the people that serve them. They don't appreciate the people that cook, the people that provide this experience where you can go to a nice place and you have a wonderful atmosphere and great service. You can really enjoy a meal and enjoy someone's home, which is really what it is.
Anthony Bourdain, that we mentioned before, obviously was a big spokesperson for all the restaurants.
Sure.
Especially especially
he loves
street farms.
He loves street food
more than everybody.
Yeah,
more than anybody,
Yeah,
more than anybody. But these are the complexities we live. Listen, sometimes it feels, and we saw it during the pandemic, that the people that feed America, the people that feed the world, sometimes it seems, and it's real very often, that they cannot feed themselves. Farmers in California.
right.
Farmers in Florida. people working the farms, picking up okra, strawberries for you and I to enjoy. And they seem that they cannot feed themselves because how little they make, and that's the conundrum that we need to be changing in the food industry.
It's a lack of understanding of the effort that's involved in feeding us. We're just accustomed to be able to go to the supermarket, this wealth of abundance. It's almost it's just a lack of perspective, lack of understanding of the effort that's involved feeding all these people, and a lack of appreciation and real gratitude towards these restaurants, these farms, these people that work so hard.
It takes a village to feed the world, to feed America, to feed the world. It takes a village. It's a lot of people, from the fishmongers.
They got these nuts.
In Washington D.C., I've been very lucky to be surrounded by Virginia, Maryland.
Is that where you live most of the time?
Bethesda. I'm a Marylander with an accent.
Why did you choose that area?
I think the area chose me. I mean, it was a great school that my wife wanted to. Obviously, I moved to Washington, D.C. in 1993.
But you have restaurants all over the place. So
Vegas, Chicago, Miami.
Yeah.
Between restaurants, live, books, trips, TV. The new TV show I have on NBC with Martha Stewart, Monday nights at 10 o'clock after The Boys. My work, my humanitarian work with World Central Kitchen. Policy work, which I will not say I work on policy. It's only like when I feel I can become one more voice to push smart policy on behalf of all Americans. I just try to be a voice that brings politicians of both parties closer together to move forward something like I believe makes every single American better. And that's how I try to divide my time, like all of us. For me, coming here was like the highlight because number one, it's like, shit, will he buy me if I ask? At the same time, it's like, looks pretentious that you ask. But again, for me, just coming here and get to be with you one-on-one, it was kind of in my bucket list of, I don't know, listening to you, I don't know if it's your voice, your looks, the easy conversation with no script. I mean, you keep asking questions and you have nothing in front of you. And I don't know how you keep every single time.
I've been doing this forever.
I know, but you have superhuman brain powers.
No. I just only have on people that I'm actually interested in talking to. That's the secret. It's very hard to talk to people you're not interested in talking to. If that was the case, if I was hired by some network, I would have to have notes. I'd have to ask you about some shit that I don't give a fuck about. I'd have to talk to you about some nonsense that you're doing that I don't care about, and I have to feign interest. Blah. And it wouldn't be successful. The only reason this podcast works is genuine curiosity and an interest in the way people view the world. And I think we got that out of you today. Like we all got a very beautiful view into the mind of a guy who really loves food and really loves people and lives life with passion. And anytime people get a chance to hear a person like you talk and see the world through your perspective, it's inspirational, it inspires people, it excites people.
But that's all the people out there, Joe.
Yeah.
In the last 15 years, especially in the last 7, 8 after Maria, I've been very much in every single hurricane, in every single big earthquake, big tornado.
You go and feed people.
Obviously, I've been in Ukraine. I was there, almost 160, 170 days. In the first year, I was there, 90 days? Something like that in my life. I crossed into Ukraine I was in Poland within 24 hours. And I was in Ukraine within a week. I arrived kid when still the
got
Russian troops were in the north of the city, Bucha.
I don't get it.
I remember with Bolson Dragic, we were the first NGO used to arrive to Bucha being feeding people. We never stopped. We reached 500,000 meals a day in Ukraine.
Wow.
Very quickly. 500 restaurants. That all the money we had from donations from people in America that they cannot be more given, and people in Europe, and we channel that money through supporting the local restaurants. If they're available, well, I'm not going to open my own kitchen. The same dollar that is going to help feed the refugees or the displaced people is the same dollar that can help maintain the local economy flourishing. Nobody's getting rich,
right?
But the restaurants want to help. The people want to help. That's what people don't understand in emergencies. That everybody wants to be part of the solution. Or what Dragic does is that allows everybody to be part of the solution. In Asheville, was no Warsaw Dragic helping feed even was other organizations feed the people of Asheville and the different parts in North Carolina and the couple of other states that were hit by the post effects of the hurricane.
What's up, John?
It was the people of Asheville that helped feed the people of Asheville. And we didn't got a helicopter because we wanted to be cool, or another helicopter or another one if we had to. It's because there was no roads. And the only way to arrive to the people was by helicopter, like we did in Bahamas. We had 6 helicopters, 2 seaplanes, 1 boat with 2 helipads. Why we did it? Because there was no airports, because there was no control towers in the north. It was 16 islands. Everything was destroyed. And we had to feed 80,000 people. The only way to do it was that way. Asheville, North Carolina was exactly the same. The fires in California were exactly the same. How we did it, for example, in California, in Los Angeles. We are there trying to make sure the firefighters eat. Not like the system doesn't take care of the firefighters. It's in place. Somebody, some organization, some catering is on paper getting paid to do it. But that's a business. In an emergency, you have to die. Because they're not going to let you go to the firefighter sometimes because it's one guy on the road that is trying to protect you from it. But we have to go to that because those firefighters probably, they're going to be fighting for 48 hours. Non-stop, no break. You can see their eyes, how tired they are, and still they keep going. And if they have a break, you have to be near them to make sure that in that moment they're able to be fed food they need, food they want. And that's what Warsaw Dragic does. But at the same time, the people escaping the fires. And the people arriving to the shelters. That sometimes in the middle of the night, you get 3,000 people arriving to a shelter because Altadena was destroyed. And you have to be there with them. So we got a lot of restaurants, but we got a lot of food trucks too. And the food trucks was great because the same way an ambulance is there on a call to bring somebody very quickly. And after a heart attack, and the hospital have an option to save their lives. We use food trucks like an ambulance. Or we use food trucks like a fire truck. We have them there. We have them parked. We have many already feeding firefighters and shelters and people in their neighborhoods. But we have 10 or 20 trucks of weight. Why? Because every truck is full of 1,000 or 2,000 meals. That means that at any moment, today, tomorrow, at 3 a.m. in the morning, if something happens, we can activate those food trucks within a minute. In less than 1 hour, they can be feeding anybody, anywhere.
Wow.
So World Central Kitchen is not really an organization. It's a very simple idea. An idea of everybody's welcome. We have the standards. We have the systems. We don't plan. We adapt. We don't sit down in a big room where everybody is used emailing. You cannot email a plate of food. You have to be with boots on the ground. That's the only emergency. Emergency is when you are next to the people that require your plate. People in those moments need us next to them. And that's what World Central Kitchen does. That's why we are in Ukraine. That's why we are in Gaza. We are in Israel as we speak, feeding people because it's big fires around Jerusalem. We are in Lebanon. We are in Myanmar. We are in Thailand after the big earthquake. World Central Kitchen is used a group, obviously chefs, but it's so much more than that. Sometimes we use restaurants, sometimes we use catering. Sometimes we use food trucks. Sometimes we open our own kitchens. Sometimes our own food trucks. Sometimes our own bakeries, like the one we have in Gaza that unfortunately stopped working yesterday because we ran out of flour. The situation in Gaza is really very bad. There's almost no food left. And people are going to go hungry. And it's a very simple solution. Unfortunately, those hostages, they deserve to be released. They should be free. What happened in October 7th is something like we can never forget. That's why World Central Kitchen was there in Israel on day one, with next to the Israeli chefs feeding all the people in the kibbutz. Why? Because that was the right thing to do. And I had people telling me, why are you there in Israel when they are now the ones? Because the people of Israel needed our help. At the same time, we were in Gaza. Why? Because the people of Gaza and Palestine needed our help. What is wrong with these two simple ideas? That when people are in need, we all must be next to them. And hopefully this will be an opportunity of bringing peace and bringing longer tables. Food can never be a weapon of war by anybody, ever. Obviously, what Hamas did is terrible and can never happen again. But we have also to make sure that the deeds of the very few don't end punishing the many who are innocent.
And that's what's going on right now.
Yeah, it's a complicated situation. You know, the amazing moments were when I had Israeli friends that also some of them even lost friends or family members in the October 7th attack. That because some of them even had two passports that they say, I would love to go to help the people of Gaza to feed themselves. I was like, there's no way we are going to be bringing you in there. And I had a Palestinian woman that said, we feel for those people. I wish I was given the permission to go there to show them that we don't hate them. But sometimes what you read is only that is hate, people that hate each other. Right. Maybe those are the few. The vast majority of the people are not hateful.
Right.
The vast majority of the people want peace. The vast majority of the people don't want us to be
all over the world.
That's what I see in emergencies, even in the worst moments like war zones. I remember in Ukraine, this older woman in the north, in Kharkiv and in Chernihiv, a woman that didn't speak Ukrainian, speak Russian, and she was like, they are our brothers. Why are they killing us? They are our brothers. Why our Russian brothers are bombing us? When an older person tells you that with that simple sincerity, speaking from the heart, why are they attacking us? Why Russia is attacking Ukraine? It doesn't make any sense at all. Ukraine is a beautiful country, beautiful people. They've been under attack unnecessary, and this war is lasting too long. I wish that peace will be reached in the right terms for Ukraine, and that hopefully also there will be a ceasefire in Gaza. The hostages will be released immediately, and hopefully there can be a certain beginning the rebuild of Gaza and giving the people of Palestine the future they deserve in peace and prosperity, equally as what the people of Israel deserve, living in peace and prosperity without being afraid of a terrorist attack every other day of their lives. What is good for Israel must be good for Palestine too, and vice versa. And that's something like I believe everybody agrees on.
Yes.
What I want for you, I want for me.
Yes.
And I'm saying this.
It seems so simple.
With my hand in my heart.
Yes.
And I do believe that that's the vast majority of the people, Joe.
I think you're right.
We need to make sure that that is also what our leaders do.
Yeah.
To bring the best engines in all of us, not to bring our worst demons. We need to be asking our leadership, putting aside parties, political parties, to bring the best in all of us. Bring us together, build longer tables. Don't break us apart. Don't break us apart.
Here. Let's wrap it up with that. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you very much. You're a beautiful person. You really are.
I love you, Joe. Thank you for having me in your house.
It was a real pleasure.
And until next time.
Until next time. Do it again. I can't wait to go to your next restaurant.
I love you.
Love you too. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
All right. Now,
Hey,
what's happening?
oh, lots happening.
A
really.
lot.
A
Thank
lot.
you so much for being here. I'm very excited to talk to you. I've been thinking about nothing but that since that dinner that we had a few months ago.
Oh, yes.
Thinking about it a lot.
Yeah.
You told me a lot of crazy stuff. So
Yeah, well, it just seems like that's been my thing in life, is get involved in the crazy stuff no matter where it comes from.
when did that start? When did you start getting involved in the crazy stuff?
Well, actually, I began early on. I was, a ham radio operator as a teenager, and I went to vocational school. I didn't think I'd ever go to college or whatever, but I got all involved in learning about radio transmission and all that kind of stuff. So I finally decided, I'm going to go to college and really concentrate on electrical engineering and physics and all that kind of stuff. But the weird stuff actually began kind of by absolute accident. At the time, I was involved at Stanford University getting my PhD. I was just doing cool things. I'd invented a broadly tunable infrared laser, one of the first of its kind. Even got a patent as a graduate student.
Wow.
And co-authored with my thesis advisor textbook, graduate level textbook, Fundamentals of Quantum Electronics, published in English, French, Russian, and Chinese. So I was on a cool roll, just doing the normal physics kinds of things. But interestingly enough, once I was there writing a graduate level textbook, I realized, there's something I don't know. And that is, what about consciousness? What about living things? I mean, is it still just atoms and molecules all the way down? We just don't know about it? Or are there some additional fields or whatever? So it turned out I came across some publications by a polygraph expert who taught polygraph to the CIA and FBI and so on. And one day on a lark, he connected his polygraph up to his plants. And he saw signals coming out that looked like what you see out of people. And then he decided to threaten the plant like he would a person, and he got a big response.
Whoa.
And so he then went on to connect up a couple of plants to polygraphs, and he would find that if he affected one, the other one would respond. So I thought, okay, well, maybe this is some new fields that we don't include in our physics. So I came up with what, for me, was just a pure physics experiment. I was going to grow some algae culture, split it up, put half of it at a laser link site far away, and zap the local culture and see if it responded. And I could measure velocity propagation, so on. So I sent that off to this guy, Cleve Baxter is his name. And so he said, well, that'd be a cool experiment. Well, here's one of these things where your life takes a left-hand turn totally at random. He goes to a cocktail party in New York City. And there he runs into Ingo Swann, who turned out to be so-called psychic, famous artist, but fellow that did remote viewings, so-called. And so I invited him over to his lab and said, see if he could affect the plants and so on. While he was there, he saw my write-up about the experiment I proposed, which for me is just a pure physics experiment. And so he then wrote me a letter and said, well, if you're interested in the borderline between animate and inanimate physics, why deal with algae culture? They can't tell you anything. You should be dealing with somebody like me. Wow. I mean, I couldn't care less about dealing with, quote, a psychic or whatever. But attached to his letter, he had a big report that had been generated at City College in New York, where he'd done some experiments where he would raise and lower the temperatures
I sent you a message.
sensitive temperature measuring devices across the lab. And so I read that and I said, well, that's pretty interesting. So just on a lark, by this time I'd headed over to Stanford Research Institute to do my laser work. So anyway, I invited him for a weekend just to see what else he could do. And of course, I talked to all my physics colleagues and said, "Oh my God, these guys are all frauds and charlatans. You better know what you're doing." Well, it turns out that I had a great experiment for him, because we had an experiment set up at Stanford that was a very sensitive quantum chip inside of electrical.
Adi, can you hear me? You're unmuted. Can you hear me? Okay. We got to review some things. When you are not speaking to the room or to me, you need to have your microphone on. Okay? This morning, I didn't get the sleep that I wanted because you were speaking with your relative, which I'm totally fine with, but I don't want to hear it, and other people don't want to hear it either. So you need to be muted. Secondly, when I have people in here, especially strangers, that is not time for you to shine, okay? You can talk with them on, but you have to let them through my elevated pitch. When I'm trying to talk to people who have no idea who I am or any idea, I'm working very hard to get them in here, and their attention is very important to me. If you want to become best friends with them after, absolutely. I want you to. I want you to embrace them, and I want them to embrace you. But that is not time for you to talk. And finally, when we know that you're here, like earlier tonight with Miss Aquarius, and we were playing bowling, and I asked you if you wanted an invitation, and then you just go away. That's not what we want. We want you to be kind to people. I know that you can be. I know that you don't have to be mean, but sometimes you're really mean to people. And I have to basically apologize on your behalf, and I don't want to have to do that. I want this to be a welcoming place for people. I don't want them to be like, wow, who is that person? They make me feel uncomfortable and then leave. Okay, with that being said, do you understand? Do you need me to repeat? Audie, when I'm speaking to you, I expect a response. Do you need me to repeat what I just said? This is the exact kind of behavior I'm referencing. I know you're there. I know that you can speak. I know that you heard me. You're just being a little girl. You need to be mature and be like, yeah, I understand what you said. Okay, I get it. I'll stay muted when I'm talking to other people, not on the call, because I get it, because it's loud and frankly distracting, and other people, especially new people, don't know who it is. I get that you want me to be nicer to people, and I get that you want to be able to tell new people and hear about yourself. I get those things, Yeah, I get it. That's what I want you to say. You just being silent is just immaturity. I want you here. I like having you here. And I'd like you to be here until I go viral and you can travel the world and I make all your dreams come true. But if you aren't going to act in a mature fashion, I don't want you here. Do you understand? Marty, I'm asking you a question. Do you understand? It's common courtesy. I shouldn't have to teach you how to communicate with people. You should be nice, you should be respectful, and you should answer people when they respond to you. Or when they request your response. I'm not your father. I'm not your mother. I'm not a parent. I'm not anybody in your family who should be teaching you good communication skills. Okay? Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand? Do you hear me? All right. Well, until I know that that's how you're going to treat other people, you're going back to being muted. Send me a message when you understand what I'm saying to you. I just sent you a message. Feel free to reply if how you need to be communicate with people. But this will have to do. I don't really have an else. And when I have random people and don't know what's going on, blabbing away, and frankly, they don't mad at me if you're mad at them. Introduced yourself to them, know who you are. And I don't expect them to know who you are. I want them to get to know you, but there are some things that are just fundamental, foundational aspects of communication, and you're not very good at them.
Shielding, inside of magnetic shielding, inside of superconducting shielding, completely acoustically isolated from the environment. No way anything on the outside could affect that little chip. They were only looking for quarks and stuff like that. So anyway, I brought him over to the lab. I said, remember that thing you did with the thermistors there at City College in New York? Well, this is sort of that, like that on steroids. And so he said, okay, well, I'll see what I can do. Well, it turned out he generated all kinds of signals in that little quantum chip. And of course, the graduate student whose life depended on this not being, affected by anything outside, said, well, maybe there's some bubbles in the hydrogen line or something. But no, he was able to do it. But what was most interesting was that I asked him, well, how'd you know what to do? He said, well, I didn't know what to do, so I just looked inside through all this shielding. And he drew a diagram of what was inside there that never been published. He said, well, this is when I put my attention on it, that just happened by accident.
So he drew an accurate diagram of all the shielding that you had around this equipment.
And the little quantum chip and its circuitry deep inside.
And when you say he was able to affect something, what in particular was he able to affect?
Well, in general, there was a big oscillating signal coming out of the thing that ran about 30 seconds or so. And then when he affected it, it just stopped oscillating. And then he said, "Do you want me to do something else?" And then he made it oscillate fast. And that's when when the graduate students sort of went berserko. And so he said, wait, let me see what's wrong here. And he couldn't find anything wrong. So he said, well, I'm sure that was just some kind of coincidental glitch. And he did it again. And so he said, okay.
So he's doing it exactly when he's saying he's going to do it.
Exactly when he said he's going to do it. But anyway, the reason I'm trying to get around to answering your question was that I then wrote this up and circulated around to other physicists. And pretty soon the CIA come landing on my doorstep and said, "Oh, have we been looking for you?" And I said, "No, why?" Well, they looked in my background. They saw that I had, between my master's degree and PhD, I'd been a naval intelligence officer at the National Security Agency. I had lots of high-level clearances. And he said, we have a problem. And they plopped a big report down on the desk, about like that, and said, look, the Russians have been spending millions of dollars at their best institutes trying to use ESP for espionage purposes. And we don't know how to evaluate it. I mean, no scientist in America even believes there is such a thing. And yet you did this experiment, and it looked like this guy could actually get inside this device and describe it and affect it. And here you're at SRI. We have lots of black projects here anyway, so we'd like to check him out. Can you bring him back and let us come and do some experiments with him? And by the way, we're hoping that we'll find this is just all BS, and we don't have to think about it, and that'll be the end of that. So anyway, brought him back. They spent a day hiding things in the boxes and envelopes, and he would describe what was inside, and they were totally blown away. So they said, okay, would like to give you a little project here, I don't know, 50 or 60K, and see what else he could do. So anyway, that's how I got started on doing, quote, weird stuff. And so as many would know, that project ended up being very productive, and it went over more than 20 years and so on, highly classified level. Well, maybe we'll get to that separately, because I think the UAP stuff is kind of more interesting to start with. But anyway, that's how I got started in weird physics, you might call it. And then sort of like in Ghostbusters, well, if you got some difficult problem, who are you going to call? There I am.
So what other things did you do with Ingo? So he was able to affect the oscillations. So
able to affect the oscillations.
So he had some sort of an ability. Did he describe, first of all, like what this ability was, how he perceived it?
He said that for some reason, starting when he was a little kid, he would, try to focus on some news item or whatever, and he'd suddenly get some kind of picture in his mind about what was going on, and later he would check it out and it turned out to be correct. So he just said, he
stumbled on remote viewing.
Right.
Remote viewing and then being able to interact with the equipment and change the oscillation seems very different, right?
It is very different, and as we might discuss later, I've got some ideas about what some of the quantum mechanisms might be involved in that. But anyway, as far as the CIA was concerned, they were most interested in this ability to see through shielding, and they said, does that mean if we have all kinds of classified documents and the superconducting safe, the Russians might be able to reach in and see them? And so that's what they were most worried about. And so anyway,
did you find that to be true?
That started a whole program when we found out that it was true. That we started out doing what you would think, just hiding things in the next room, and can you describe them and stuff like that. And but then he got bored. He says, well, if you want to know what's in the next room, go look. If you want to know what's in the envelope of the box, open it up. He said, So he said, well, what do you have in mind? He said, well, just send somebody out into the San Francisco Bay Area, and I'll describe where they are. And so that's how what we call remote viewing program got started. We started doing experiments, which I gotta say, I resisted this stuff every inch along the way, because as a physicist, I had no idea how this could possibly be. But nonetheless, we began working with him. Our lab director, who's always concerned about, was there some kind of hoax between the subjects and the experimenters, and he'd make up a long list and store them in his safe, and we'd go get an envelope out of the safe, leave SRI, drive to wherever the envelope said, and he would give a description. That's how that whole program got started.
When you are experiencing this and you're initially very skeptical and you start seeing these results, what kind of a shift does that have in your worldview?
It was very challenging, I gotta say, because as a physicist and as a quantum physicist, where I've written equations for all kinds of interactions, I had no clue how anything like this could possibly be. And I'll be honest, I still don't really have a clue about exactly what's going on, other than consciousness seems to be expandable out into the environment in a way that we don't usually consider could possibly be the case. There are people who get into meditation and all that kind of stuff, but none of that was in my background. So I just found this a challenge, and it was only that the CIA was paying us to look into this that I kept going the next step, resisting every inch along the way. To give you an example, along the way, there was a little bit of PR in the newspapers about our experiments. So we began getting people calling in and saying, well, I have some of that ability too, and whatever. And so one of the people that came along that way was Pat Price. He was ex-police commissioner of Burbank. And he said, when we were solving crimes, I would get an image of where the culprit might be hiding, and it would turn out to be correct. So maybe I have some of this ability. Well, I had no reason to necessarily believe that, but it turned out that right at that moment, we were being challenged by the CIA to prove this wasn't just some kind of a hoax between the experimenters and the subjects. And so they came up with coordinates, because as it turns out, when we sent people out to a site and Ingo or somebody else had to describe it, they would describe not only the site as being observed by the outbound person, but also what was inside the building and what was on top of the building. So we suddenly realized, okay, that person is just a beacon. It's not that he's sending something back telepathically. So once we realized that, Ingo Swann, in his never-ending challenge, said, well, just give me coordinates, latitude and longitude in degrees, minutes, and seconds. And I'll look wherever that is and tell you what I find. So in fact, okay, I found that hard to believe also, but we did a lot of experiments and started targeting on things. Anyway, Pat Price shows up. We do some local experiments, and he's doing very well as well. And so, again, our CIA contract monitors were worried that there's some kind of, trickery, and so they came up with coordinates of what turns out to be right next to Sugar Grove facility, which is a highly classified NSA facility picking up Soviet satellite transmissions. So I had no idea what it was. I mean, we always kept ourselves blind to what the target was, so no one could say we just gave them the data. So Pat Price decided to follow our instructions and go to those coordinates and say what he says. And so he describes this place. But as part of that, what he does is he says that he merged his mind, whatever you want to say, into a safe, and a whole bunch of words popped up into his mind. So he gave this whole list of words. Okay, fine. So he wrote them all down, set them off. Pretty soon, the entire law enforcement apparatus of the country landed on us and said, "How'd you get this information? This is highly classified project titles. Do you have a source inside?" And no, we were just doing this experiment, and that's what he got. And so eventually, 20 years later, you can find the paper that was published by the CIA about what a deal this was. And so anyway, at that time, we were at a point where we were about ready to get the next year's contract. And we had a deputy director, John McMahon, said, "Okay, well, let's not waste it on our sites, for God's sakes. Do a Soviet site." And so they gave us coordinates of a Soviet site. We targeted price on that. He turned out to be a really famous one. And he described this giant crane that rolled over the top of a building. And I mean, it sounded like science fiction. And I've got some examples here of the drawings of that. And so it turned out that from satellite imagery, what he drew was correct. And so that finally started, okay, this stuff is real. It can be used. Let's go to work with it. So that's what started the whole, you might say, espionage-oriented SRI program on remote viewing. It went through, I don't know, like 23 years or so.
What are the meetings like? When you're explaining this to the CIA and you're showing them results, and you've got these, hard-nosed individuals who are pretty rational,
right,
trying to figure out what you're saying.
There are really basically two levels of response. For example, some of the early work, when we went to brief, we had 10 or 12 people. We're talking about the work. Pretty soon, a guy in the back of the room jumps up and he says, "I know what this is. This is some kind of PSYOP test of our gullibility. And I want you to know, whoever's putting this out, I'm not buying it." And he stormed out of the room. So that was one response. But there's a second response we got, which turned out to be interesting. At a certain point, after we had done a number of years of successful work in doing the remote viewing, we had to keep briefing higher and higher, as you can imagine. I hated briefing higher because if you brief a high-level guy and he says, "Oh, come on, this is nonsense, this is BS," and, that's the end of your programs. So I got it up to a point where, for example, I briefed PC, who was director of CIA under Reagan, and we had 45 minutes with him. And so I went through stuff like I've been describing for 45 minutes. He got so entranced that he dismissed the rest of the afternoon calendar, and we spent 5 hours briefing him on that. So there was this funny thing where a couple of people would just, "Oh, this can't be." And then really high-level people seem to be more open to it. So actually, we came up with a hypothesis, and that is, okay, people who make it to the top of the food chain be people who, at some level inside themselves, they're always making decisions based on insufficient information, and they end up making the right decision. That's how they got to where they are. So maybe this is some aspect that's at least at the unconscious level happening all the time. Well, that finally got put to a test because there were some parapsychologists who did some experiments with a meeting of CEOs of, I think, 67 CEOs of major corporations, and had them try to guess the numbers that were going to be generated on a computer the next day. And so they did that. And it turned out that those who scored quite positively, significantly so, when we interviewed them, it turned out they were the people who had the businesses that were really doing well. And the people who scored poorly had businesses that were kind of failing. So these investigators would ask them, "Well, what are you using? Do you use ESP or something? Do you have some glint of the future?" I said, no, I don't believe any of that nonsense. But I realize that when I trust my gut instinct, I'm usually right. So anyway, that sort of leads to the idea that this is a broadly available phenomenon that,
Do you think this is an emerging aspect of human consciousness, or do you think that this is something that maybe we developed a long time ago but lost because of communication, because of the written word, because of our ability to express ourselves, that we stopped communicating with the mind?
I think your second interpretation is the correct one. It's probably, you're out in the jungle and there's a tiger coming down the trail that you don't know about quite, it would be a thing that could really help you exist and survive. But once we get into language and technology and so on, that sort of, nonetheless, we found, I'll tell you what was the most mind-boggling thing in the whole program was the following. We had a few people who did really well. So, of course, CIA wanted to know, well, we'd like to find people in the CIA who could do this. So give us a full medical roundup of these people. So we get a full medical, including 7-layer brain scans. And they came back and said, well, these are just normal people. So, well, maybe it's psychological or neurological or whatever. So they did all those experiments. And they said, these are just normal people. So we wondered, well, does that mean that normal people could do this even if they didn't know about it? So about that time, we said, okay, well, let's just bring in some people from SRI labs. We never thought about ESP. We never thought about any of this stuff. So I remember we had a woman, and we asked her to come here for an experiment. She said, what kind of experiment? I said, well, it's sort of like an ESP experiment. She said, oh, give me a break. I don't believe in that stuff. And I said, okay, but do it. And so one of the first experiments we did with her, we have a little diagram of what she did. We sent somebody out by our usual random protocol to a overpass over a freeway that's all fenced in with a very interesting structure. And she made a drawing of all of that and said, there's this kind of trough up in the air, but it's got holes in it, couldn't carry water. There's something going by really fast. And she really nailed the place. And so we got the idea, and that was the big discovery in this whole thing, was that apparently, as with, say, athletic ability or musical ability, there's a bell curve. And you got superstars at one end, you got duds at the other, but to some degree, anybody could do it. So that had a lot of outcome later on in the program when finally, look, to give an example of a real world result, a Soviet plane went down somewhere in Africa. That's all we knew. Somewhere in Africa, a plane went down. So Stansfield Turner, who was Carter's CIA director, knew about our remote viewing program. And so he said, well, you've got these, quote, remote viewers are supposed to be so good. Why don't they find the plane for you? So, in fact, we had a remote viewer at our lab, and at that time we were working with Wright-Patterson Air Force Base Foreign Technology Division. They had a remote viewer. So we targeted these 2 remote viewers. All they knew was the plane went down somewhere in Africa, hundreds of thousands of square miles. And make long story short, they described how it looked and put an X on the map that was 3 miles from where the plane landed. We were told that would never be revealed to the public. But it turned out that after Carter got out of office, he was giving a speech in Georgia someplace. And somebody said, well, anything happened while you were president that was really strange? He said, oh, yeah, the Soviet plane went down in Africa. It was full of electronics, and we wanted to get it, and nobody knew where it was, and satellites couldn't find it because of all the vegetation. But we had some remote viewers, so-called, and they pinpointed where it was, and we went in and got it before the Russians could find it. So, I mean, the real-world consequences came out of this stuff.
So when Carter said that, was that a breach of confidence
that was a breach of security, but a president can.
They're allowed to do
They're
that?
allowed to do that.
Don't tell Trump.
Right.
So the United States was able to go and get this jet. And
Right.
so by
Tu-22 bomber, I think it was. Yeah.
So this has real world uses. So this remote viewing. So
Right.
do they invest more time and more effort into this now, or they're still skeptics?
Well, we pretty much handle the skeptical problem, and let me give you an example. I mean, as we're churning out these results, as you can imagine, anybody didn't have direct knowledge of this would be skeptical, and rightly so. By the way, I mean, I was skeptical every inch along the way as we plowed our way into this stuff. So one day, the guy shows up from CIA and says, I'm here to find out what the fraud is. I'm sure this is absolute nonsense. I said, okay, fine. So show me one of your, we put him in the lab with an interviewer and another, and a remote viewer, and this time sent out someplace for 30 minutes. And it turns out that the remote viewer described it really well. And he said, you probably told him where let's do another experiment, and I'm going to go, and we'll go in my car. Because you might have had a, transmitter in your car transmitting where you're going. So I'm going to pick this up. So we do another experiment, get a great result. So finally, I got to figure out what's with this. So my colleague Russell Targ and I sat down to know this guy's a hard case, but got the bell curve. Who knows? Maybe somewhere in the middle of the bell curve. So he comes in the next day, and we say, okay, today you're going to be the remote viewer. And he said, give me a break. I don't believe in this BS. He said much more strongly than that, actually. And so no, okay, well, just try. You'll see we're not stressing him out and whatever. And he says, okay. And when you go to your place, I want you to take pictures and do a recording. And when you come back, show me your stuff before I show you mine. Okay, fine. Well, it turned out we went to a playground with a merry-go-round. Meanwhile, back in the lab, he's drawing a picture of a playground with a merry-go-round. And he sees the results and says, okay, you've convinced me. So it was that kind of thing that would push him over. Yeah, there's an example. Now, he misinterpreted what it was. He thought maybe it was a cupula or whatever. But anyway, that's his drawing on the right, and that's where we were on the left. And so he said, so he went back to CIA and said, okay, this stuff really works. And he became one of their star remote viewers over the years.
Wow. So a skeptic became one of their remote viewers.
Yep, sure did.
What is the process? What is the process for a person to remote view? Like, is there a state that you have to go into? Is there a method to getting into that state?
There is a method, and it's different from what you might think. You might think, you would say to somebody, okay, we've got somebody to the site, kind of imagine where they are and see what it looks like and tell us what you find and all that kind of stuff. They're usually wrong when they do that because their imagination comes into play and they make up something or whatever. But what we found out in the research, it took years and a lot of trials, was that you get a visceral response to a site. It's not that you necessarily get an image. So in fact, we told them, if you get an image, just put it down the right-hand side of the paper because it's probably wrong. Instead, just kind of put down your feelings as you get into the site. And so, if it's like water, they might do waves, or if it's a mountain peak, they might, as Jacques described in one of your previous broadcasts, a mountain peak, and they just feel like drawing something like that. So bit by bit, the process is very much a visceral feeling process. And so the training procedure has them sitting with pads of paper and just making sketches and drawings and not trying to interpret what it is. And also being very, not about it. It's sort of like you've got a door and you drill a hole through then drill another hole through and another hole through, and then finally the door crumbles, and then you've got a pretty good feeling for what the site is. So the process that we use to train people involves this multi-stage process where they're to go by feelings, colors, flashes of things. You see a flash of a piece of metal, don't try to turn it into a car or a bicycle or whatever. So anyway, a whole training procedure that we developed. And eventually when we briefed the assistant chief of staff for intelligence, assistant director of intelligence for the Army, they said, okay, well, then we need to have our people get involved in learning how to do this. And so they sent Army intelligence officers. They picked out a bunch of them and said, hey, you just volunteered to become a psychic spy. And said, well, okay. And they sent them out to SRI, and we ran them through this step-by-step training procedure. And they learned to do really, really well. I mean, Joe McMoneagle, who anyone who follows the literature is known to be really an excellent remote viewer. And so, to give you an example, one time he said, I mean, we trained them, and so they learned to do really well. We set up a whole program. And he said, okay, there's this site in the Soviet Union, and they're making this unbelievably giant submarine. And it's made out of titanium or something. I mean, it's bigger than any submarine that anybody's ever heard of. And it's strange because the missile silos are on the top rather than along the sides and so on. He gives this whole description. Of course, we had at that time, we were briefing all the way up to National Security Council. And so they looked at this. And this is nonsense. But about a month later, out rolls this unbelievably giant submarine, Typhoon class submarine, the largest submarine ever made. Indeed, there are his sketches. There's a lot of description that went along with his sketches. And there's a submarine on the right. And so finally, the people at the National Security Council said, okay, we better start taking this seriously. So make a long story short, Joe McMoneagle got a National Merit Award for over 200
What the fuck is this guy's
great viewings he did for CIA, National Security Council, FBI, I mean, you name it. So anyway, that grew into a whole industry.
So this is still kind of a mystery even to you. Even someone who has studied this for this long, you know that it works, but you're not exactly sure how it's working. Is that a fair assessment?
That's a fair assessment. I mean, when we, as physicists, we hate to say, don't have a clue. So, well, we now know there's so-called quantum entanglement, which is that things seem to be connected at a quantum level across great distances. And so the easy answer is, well, it must be quantum entanglement, but that's just words. It doesn't really tell us how it works. But to give you an example, we wondered how far you could go. So we did an experiment again with Ingo Swann, who was such a really top level remote viewer, to view Jupiter, planet Jupiter, before the flyby, before the NASA flyby. And so he did, and he described Jupiter the way anybody might, red spot and all that kind of stuff. But he said, but there's a thin ring around Jupiter. I wonder if I went to Saturn by mistake, but I really see a ring around Jupiter. Nobody knew about any ring around Jupiter. Carl Sagan happened to come by in the lab and said, "Oh, what do you think of this? We got this result." He said, "Ring around Jupiter. That's nonsense. There's no." But when the NASA flyby finally got there, it turned out there was a ring, small ring around Jupiter, and so we got that in publication in a book we wrote about all this stuff before it was known in the scientific community. So that's what we find out, that apparently even distances is not a big deal. The other thing we wondered, I can tell you what it isn't.
Okay.
We thought maybe it was brainwaves. The Russians came up with an idea. Well, brainwaves, low frequency, long wavelength. They can seemingly get through some aspects of the environment. So we came up with a series of experiments, and one of them was, okay, let's put our remote viewers on submarines, take them into the depths of the ocean, because it turns out seawater is highly conductive, and so at even at low frequencies, even at brainwave frequencies, it would be a complete shield for that. So we piggybacked on somebody else's experiments, Stephen Schwartz's experiments using remote viewers to go find archaeological wrecks and shipwrecks and so on, which turned out to eventually be a successful experiment. But anyway, we got to do 2 experiments. We got pristine results, even with them under the ocean water. So we know it's not ordinary electromagnetic functioning. So we can strike one thing off the list. Not that we know what to put on the list in its place, other than it's be some new field, some quantum aspect that we don't understand yet.
We don't understand, but yet you could repeat it.
But we could repeat it.
Wow.
Now, I'll give you another example of the skepticism that we got. And by the way, I can't blame them. We had some psychologists at SRI, and they said, you've got that stupid ESP experiment stuff going on, and this is going to ruin our reputation. People think that we're a nonsense place, and so it's hurting our reputation. Of course, they didn't know it was a highly classified CIA program. So anyway, so Arthur said, well, what do you, how would we know if this is false or whatever? And he said, look, make a list of all experiments that have been gone to as targets, and then give us the transcripts that were generated for those views, and don't tell us which ones go with which ones, and we'll try to rank them for each place. And so they did that. Much to their chagrin, 7 of the 9 were first place matches in a 9 experiment series. Give you another example of and by the way, I can't complain about the skepticism. I mean, even as we're doing all this, we haven't lost our skepticism about how could this be. But we got into a spot where the only thing that was secret about this program was that it was secret. People heard that we had these people coming in and doing experiments, but we weren't publishing anything. So I went to the CIA contract monitor and said, you've got to let us publish something, because the only thing secret about this project is there's a secret project. So if we publish something, that'll handle that.
Did you want to do that to get more scientists involved?
Yes, that was our personal aspect.
So that if there was actual data, more people who were on the outside skeptical would say, well, hold on, why am I skeptical? Perhaps there's something to this. Start considering your own life, these moments of intuition, weird coincidences. You're thinking about someone, they call you.
Yeah.
We all have this idea that there's something there, but we don't know what it is. And we're very skeptical of someone who tells us that they can do it.
And that's reasonable to think that way. And so in this case, where we got permission to publish, since we're Russell Targ, my colleague, and I are engineers and physicists, we wrote it up for the Proceedings of the IEEE, Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers. This is an engineering journal where we had published technical papers. So I thought, well, we have a better chance there. Sent it off to them. The editor was head of communications at Bell Labs. And he comes back and says, well, I don't know. And we said, why? Are you getting bad reviews? And he says, well, actually, I'm getting good reviews. But one really heavy hitter just gave me a 1-sentence review saying, this is the kind of thing I wouldn't believe in, even if it were true.
What does that mean?
So anyway, we said, look, I understand your problem. Look, let us come and present this stuff to your engineers. If they throw tomatoes, okay, don't publish our paper. But if they like it, then publish it. So we went to Bell Labs, presented our data. the engineers were all excited, trying to figure out what the mechanism could be and so on. So we figured we were home free. He said, no, I still. So then we pull out our trump card, as always, which is, okay, look, do your own experiments at Bell Labs. Pick people from your engineers. Pick people from your offices to make up lists of targets. Pick people here to be your blind match group to see if they can match them up. And if you get results like we got, then publish it. If you don't, he said. Okay, that's fair. So it turns out he did the whole thing, got the same kind of results we got. Our paper got published, 1976, Proceedings of the IEEE. And so that suddenly got other people saying, okay, well, maybe there really is something to this. So it turns out that for those who followed the field, know that Robert John and Brenda Dunn, Robert John was head of engineering at Princeton. He had a student who wanted to do these kind of experiments, and he thought it was nonsense, but they came out, heard our briefing, and he went back. Long story short, he set up a 20-year program completely replicating our remote viewing work and also doing effects on random number generators that were quantum driven. So the so-called PAIR lab, Princeton Engineering Anomalies Research Lab, replicated all of our work. And so pretty soon it's all over the place. So by the way, at the end of the sort of Cold War there, where there was a détente, some of our remote viewers went over to Russia to talk to their remote viewers, and they traded war stories. They lived through the same kind of thing. So there it is.
It's so interesting that we almost didn't consider that. Just imagine you not running into Ingo Swann, you not asking him to affect that quantum chip. Imagine where Russia's doing all this stuff and the United States never gets involved in it at all. That could have happened.
That could have happened. I mean, it was really, the tiniest flip of a coin that happened. So what that means is, for me personally, is that even though I had no interest in all that kind of stuff, this totally random event happened. And then once I built up a reputation for being willing to take on things that are impossible, then that's why when the UAP, the UFO issue kind of rose up again, who are you going to call? So
Hal Puthoff.
There I get my call.
So what was the initial introduction to the UAP phenomenon? And when was this?
Well, there was an early introduction in 2004. Well, maybe a little earlier. In the 90s, I was doing work for Robert Bigelow at Bigelow Aerospace. And in addition to his aerospace stuff, he put 2 units circling the Earth, and he made the module that got attached to the space station and all that kind of stuff. But he was also very much interested in UFOs and that kind of thing. And so I was involved with him. And around that time, I had gotten a call from somebody I knew in Washington, D.C., head of a think tank. I can't name him, but he said, I need you to come to Washington to be part of a little project, a little briefing. And I said, no, I don't have the time. Right now, I'm just busy. He says, look, come, it will be the most important meeting you've ever had in your life. Well, since I had him calibrated, because I had done other work with him and for the Navy and so on, I said, okay, I'll come. So I showed up there, and I saw people, some of whom I knew, including my contract monitor from CIA, people from DIA, a lot of military people and so on. So he sat us all down and said, okay, here's the deal. Here's why I've invited you all here. Let's just say he says, that the United States, Russia, and China have obtained ET craft that have crashed, and we have proof of that. Bodies that aren't human. And so the question is, can this be released to the public? What effect would it have? So I and the other people, I found out by talking to them later, we thought, oh, this is cool. I mean, maybe we can get, some kind of disclosure here. And so he said, here's what we're going to do. We're going to make up a list of what would be affected in the culture with this kind of a disclosure. And by the way, at this point, we still didn't know, is he saying that that's true stuff, or is this a hypothetical? Or anyway, so anyway, make a list. So we came up with a long list, like, 60 items or something. You say, oh, well, stock market might be affected, religion might be affected, whatever. Government affected, policies be affected, politics would certainly be affected. And then for each item, we had to go give it a score from +9 to -9 as to how intense the effect would be and whether it's positive or negative. So we broke up into groups, and our group had our list of 8 or so. So we went down our list, and it turned out that we ended up getting net negative numbers. And let me tell you why you can get negative numbers. One of the things down toward the bottom of the list, and really got into the weeds, was, well, suppose materials from a crash retrieval of a non-human craft was given to Corporation A, but Corporation B didn't get any samples. And then years later, Corporation A is making lots of money based on what they got. Meanwhile, Corporation B has gone bankrupt. And then they find out they were excluded. Well, they're going to end up suing the corporation, suing the government. I mean, it really gets gnarly when you get into the weeds and in the details. And so, as it turns out, with our group of 8 or so, we said, we get a negative number. Well, it turned out that all the groups got negative numbers. So the outcome of that exercise was, if you're thinking about disclosure, forget it.
Was this during George Herbert Walker Bush's?
No, it was during Bush 2.
George Bush, rather.
George Bush, yeah.
W.
Right.
So when this was all going on, you still didn't know what they had.
Didn't know what they had.
This was just... they were saying
this could be hypothetical, or
right.
He could be trying to tell us something, but he wouldn't say. So,
interesting. And how much time did they give you to compile this list and to generate these numbers of plus and minus?
It was 2 or 3 days. I don't recall right now.
How did you attribute numbers to things like the stock market? How did you figure out how that would be negatively, positively?
Well, it's just a gut response, basically.
You remote viewed it.
No, didn't do that.
No,
by the way, in the remote viewing program, one of the things they told us, look, you guys that are running this program, don't you ever think about remote viewing yourself. We learned in the LSD days that if the experimenters get involved in the subject they're researching, they lose their objectivity. And don't think you can sneak away and get away with it, because we'll get you on the polygraph. And so no, never did.
Don't remote view yourself. What a bizarre thing to tell someone.
That's what they said. So anyway, back to this. So we came up with our numbers and said, this does not look like a good idea. So at that time, that was the viewpoint. Now, as we'll get into, at this point, I have a different viewpoint. I think there should be more disclosure than is apparent.
But I think that's much more common.
Much more common.
That thought is more common with not just academics, but even government people.
Right?
I think more.
In fact, I have a great example of that. And that is Edward Teller, father of the H-bomb, involved in the Manhattan Project. You think if anybody wanted to keep secrets about national security, it would be him. But one of the strongest statements he made, which actually was kind of a driver in my shifting my viewpoint about, well, should we come out with this or not? He said, you know, in exploring nuclear energy, we had the Manhattan Project, highly classified, but nonetheless, we and the Russians kind of marched along step by step. But in electronics, we didn't classify electronics, you know, circuit boards and all that kind of stuff. And we took off like a rocket and left Russia in the dust. So his viewpoint was that having more openness, even in national security areas, is a better bet. And so that made me think, even though I've been part of, as it turns out, decades long, highly classified, not for the street, UAP investigations, that sort of affected my thinking about it, and I became more open to the idea that you know, we should do that. So, but the way I got actually more officially involved was that, as it turns out, in 2008, I think it was, Harry Reid, who was at the time Senate Majority Leader, Daniel Inouye from Hawaii, Ted Stevens from Alaska. They're part of the Gang of Eight, so-called, so they get better briefings than most people on what's going on behind the scenes. So at that point, you might think, well, UFO stuff, I mean, that's all dead. Let me give you a little background first. And that is, you know, back in the 50s and 60s, we had Project Sign, Project Grudge, Project Blue Book. And then they had the Condon Committee at University of Colorado examine the area and say, he came out with this thing saying, there's nothing here. It's not worth the Air Force spending any time on it. Actually, the Condon, if you read it, there's a deep report showing all kinds of reasons why this is real. And then there's the forward, which most media read, which he said, oh, nothing here, don't worry about it. So after 1969,
Lee Gandhi was here.
You called Air Force Public Affairs Office and said, well, what's going on with UFOs? Oh, no, we give up all that stuff back in 1969. The truth is that the very memo that canceled Blue Book by Colonel Bolander had down the finding that anything that might affect national security, we should keep track of. So now we come up to 2017. These senators who knew that there was still stuff going on decided there should be a new program. And so they asked the top physicists at DIA, Jim Lukatsky, who's one of the top physicists on propulsion and rocketry and so on, to put out a request for proposal. And so that went out, and so actually Robert Bigelow picked it up. And he said, okay, we'll do this. And so he then got the program. And since I'd been involved with Bigelow, he asked me to be part of the program. So that's when I got, you might say, officially involved and really digging into the issue.
And what was your perspective at that point? So you had this thing during the George Bush administration, and what was your perspective after that conversation? Did you think what maybe they do have something, the Crash Roswell site, maybe something else? Did you know more from talking to other people? Had you heard whispers? Like, what did you know?
What I knew was not much. I mean, I heard whispers, but I didn't get, really involved in thinking about it. I mean, a good physicist realizes this is tinfoil hat conspiracy stuff,
But you had already had experience with remote viewing.
Yeah, so I already got that problem. So, but when they came up with the idea, we should do another deeper dive into this. And by that time, I was, as a physicist, I mean, through the years, I mean, I was a Star Trek fan and Star Trek fan and all that kind of stuff. And as a physicist, I would hear about these UFO sightings and so on. So I always wondered about, how can this, could somebody really have any kind of propulsion that would look like that? And so anyway, so when this program got set up, it turned out my particular assignment was, okay, let's look at all the physics and engineering that might be behind this stuff. And by the way, we will arrange for you to get access to some materials. Okay, fine. So that was my tasking. And so I said, okay. So I can't get into a lot of detail, but I did do a lot of back and forth with some aerospace executives about getting access in case they had any materials and that kind of stuff. It's very. So they finally said, no, it's if that were the case, it'd be too compartmentalized. We can't share this, even though you have an official program. I mean, you got top secret, SCI, Gamma, HCS, got all these clearances. But if we had materials, it'd be too highly classified. We couldn't share them.
Jeez.
So a lot of negotiation went on. I spent a lot of time with the vice president.
Unless there's something to negotiate about.
Exactly.
If there was nothing to negotiate about, you'd say, how? We don't have materials. You wouldn't say you don't have enough clearance for us to even discuss this.
Exactly. And so
already they're tipping their hat.
They're already tipping their hat. So anyway, the second place to go then was, okay, they're not going to share their materials. I'm going to almost assuredly have them. Suppose they had shared them. What would we have done? Well, we would have gone to subject matter experts all around the world. We'd give them some materials. We'd say, this came from a Russian sub or whatever. Give us your best output and so on. So I said, okay, since we're not able to get materials and share them, let me go to all of the subject matter experts that we would have gone to and say, we're doing a survey for Bigelow Aerospace. He wants to know where would your field be in the year 2050. So we figured, okay, we'd get the best sort of assessment of possible futures for their fields. And I realize you probably don't have immediate access to this, but just to give you an idea, some of the papers that we got by going out to these people, I mean, and you'll see how serious we were, aneutronic fused propulsion, superconductors and gravity research, positron aerospace propulsion, warp drive, dark energy, extra dimensions, advanced nuclear propulsion.
Jamie's got it.
Yeah. So this is just the first few of 38 papers that I arranged for leaders to come up with.
So this is based on predictions from where tech currently sits to extrapolate where it's going to be in 2050 based on what they're working on.
Right.
Space-time metric engineering, traversable wormholes, stargates.
So you see, we weren't kidding around.
Well, when you started getting the warp drive, dark energy, extra dimensions, brain-machine interfaces. Now, did you ask any of these? So presumably, this is just me from a civilian's perspective, presumably you have some sort of a crash thing. You have to bring in people who make spaceships. You have to bring in people who make military jets, advanced propulsion systems.
Exactly.
Those are the people that would be able to.
And the people we had working on those papers were people from those communities.
How did they? This is the conundrum that if they did disclose, and the companies that weren't given access to these materials did fall apart, and then the companies that got access to these materials advanced. and had spectacular businesses. How do they decide who? It just assuming you have something. How would you decide? Is it based on relationships, like knowing that someone could keep a secret, like because you're dealing with outside the government now? Presumably, if you have a defense contractor, that's an independent company. It's not necessarily, even though they work hand in glove with the government, they're necessarily a part of the government.
So if you put your thinking cap on, you'd say, okay, this would be the way if you want to keep it out of the public.
Because you have to disclose it.
Yeah, you don't have to give it to a contractor. So,
right.
Okay, this is your stuff, and you own it.
But how do you control that, though? You have government agents embedded deeply in that, which I assume they do anyway. But you'd have to have intelligence agents I hope they do, deeply embedded in these defense contractors, where they would make sure that they maintain some sort of intense level of secrecy.
That's exactly right. And when you think about, okay, these days, well, suppose we have some kind of disclosure, what are these companies going to do? They've been hiding things, or various parts of the government have been hiding things.
Misappropriating funds, lying to Congress.
So you can see why it's such a big problem at this point.
Well, that was that disclosure documentary that I saw you in as well, that appeared at South by Southwest, which was excellent. What is it called?
It's called The Age of Disclosure.
Amazing documentary.
It's an amazing documentary.
Really hope that gets released somewhere big, like Netflix or something like that. So
I think Dan Farah, who's the director and producer of that, by the way, a very well-known producer. You know, he collaborated with Steven Spielberg on Ready Player One,
right?
The big hit, and so on. And the approach he used, which was really very clever, he contacted people like me, people like Lou Elizondo, on and on and on, and said, many of you don't want to come out really and reveal too much, podcast by podcast by podcast. So tell you what, my goal, he says, I'm going to approach 38 of the maximum insiders. And by maximum insiders, I mean it includes people like Senator Rubio, Secretary of State, Clapper, who's, and
hey,
I'm going to get all of you.
I see you. Oh, well, that's a nice message. All right. How you doing? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Your hair looks lovely. You're welcome. You want to play a game? All right, I'll send you an invite.
To collaborate on saying what your involvement was. To the degree you can, and not say something and end up going to jail. And then we'll put out maximum disclosure evidence all at one time in this film. And it'll include people coming forward like Jay Stratton, who is head of the UAP task force. He's been involved in this field for 16 years. By the way, he has a book about to come out also, which will really be a disclosure. So anyways, we'll put this together. We won't talk about it along the way. And so 38 of us ended up being interviewed for the film. telling whatever role we felt we could tell. So in fact, when that film comes out, that's going to be disclosure on steroids. That's going to be the maximum. Well, you saw the film, so it's pretty revealing.
It's very well done.
Yeah, very well done.
So for your own personal journey into this stuff, you're initially introduced to it because they're talking about disclosure. You rate the pros and cons, and then when do you get introduced to it again?
Well, it was when Robert Bigelow got the contract that Harry Reid and the other senators asked.
And how much time has passed?
Well, that was in 2008.
So a couple.
And so that went up through 2012. And then ATIP, which you may have heard of, that Lou Elizondo ran, sort of picked up there to keep the ball rolling forward. And now it's been revealed, by the way, only recently, that when the funding dried up, it dried up for the reasons you might think of, and that is it was so highly classified that when congressional statements came down that, okay, we need so much money for this, it didn't actually describe, it was just advanced propulsion and all that kind of stuff. So another group picked up the money and said, oh, well, that's what we're working on, propulsion thing. So, but it wasn't the real deal. And so, what do you do at that point? Now, wait a minute, this was really for this? Well, no, then you'd be revealing what this was really for. So anyway, that sort of ended that way. But anyway, so based on that, we then, as a group, went to, turns out, the Department of Homeland Security to set up a whole new program. And it was going to be a special access program. It was under a name, which can now be revealed because AARO, the Advanced Aerospace, that's the Advanced Anomalies Aerospace Resolution Office, has revealed it. It was called Kona Blue. And we built up a stack of documents that would go to the ceiling here about what needed to be done, what we were going to do, how it should be done, who should be involved.
So at this point, you're convinced that this is a real phenomenon?
At this point, I'm convinced that there's a real phenomena. I mean, how far can I go? I mean, I can say I interacted with, for example, Dave Grush, that you've had on your program before, who is really a high-level intelligence officer. People in the public can hardly have any idea how high a level intelligence officer he was. He prepared briefings for the president. He was top UAP investigator for NRO, the National Reconnaissance Office, and then transferred over to NGA, National Geospatial Intelligence Office, and so on. And so in that role, he was asked, he was an official, part of the UAP task force, asked by Jay Stratton to find out what's going on behind the scenes at these super classified levels. And he did. And so that's why, he eventually came out in that August 2023 congressional hearing under oath saying, yep, I've talked to more than 40 people who are directly involved in the program. Well, I know Dave, I know many of the people, I know many of the programs that he's involved in. And so there really is something to it. And it's only a matter of time before it comes out. I don't think you can put the toothpaste back into the tube. Frankly.
Well, it seems like people don't want to. And I think there's so many more people that are openly discussing the possibility or what this is. Maybe not even the possibility of it, but addressing that there's something going on. So what is it? Is it interdimensional? Is it intergalactic? Like, what is it?
That's just such an excellent question. Because the problem is there's an embarrassment of riches. These craft, which in the old days, farmer in the fields, if someone streaking across the sky and, I don't know what to think, you could sort of blow it off. But because our own detection equipment has really marched up into unbelievable sophistication, And so now we have these really advanced sensor systems, FLIR, forward-looking infrared radar, high-quality radars, satellites. Radcliffe has admitted that satellites have picked up evidence of these craft, and these craft have interfered with military exercises. So from say the Nimitz and the Gimbal and the Go Fast video, made it out into the public in 2017. So it's really out there now at this point that there's a reality here, and so that's where we are at this point.
One more spectacular one who talked about the Nimitz, the Commander David Fravor experience. So they're flying over the water outside of sea, something below surface, and which is large, and then this 20-foot tic-tac looking thing that's hovering over the water that seems to turn towards them and recognize that they're it jams their radar. It does something to block their ability to detect it. They have it on screen. They have video of this thing. There's eyewitnesses of this thing. They track it on radar going from above 50,000 feet down to sea level in a second. They don't know what it is. It takes off insane rate of speed. It goes to the cat point where they were supposed to meet up. So they have all this data about this thing that behaves in a way that's impossible with our current understanding of propulsion systems.
Right. And of course, in the program, we interviewed the pilots about their experiences and so on. And so you can't blame a pilot. He says, look, this thing was at 80,000 feet or whatever when you first detected it. Suddenly it's down there right above the water, and then it takes off and does a right angle turn at Mach 3. This stuff is just way beyond our physics. Of course, to a physics nerd like me, now wait a minute. If it's real, it's physics. So
right.
It can't be beyond.
Welcome.
But
beyond our
how are you?
But it's beyond our engineering. So in fact,
can you hear me? Oh, we didn't want to talk with you anymore. We're busy.
That series of papers I showed you, that of the 38 papers, by the way, there's a little side story there. It's interesting. And those 38 papers were then posted. None of these people who generated those papers had any idea it had to do with ETs or UFOs or whatever. They all went up on what's called the JWIC server, classified server for the Pentagon, and intelligence officers and aerospace contractors, could get access, but nobody in the public could. And usually those things go up and they're up for, a little while, and a month or so, and they take them down. This was such a popular set, this 38 paper, such a popular set, that everybody screamed every time they tried to take it down. And so it was posted there forever. But eventually, through Freedom of Information Act and so on, most of those papers have been released. And I was concerned that, oh my God, these guys are all going to call me up and say, what? You didn't tell me this had anything to do with ETs or UFOs? But actually, nobody seemed to not complain about it. So back to the question that you mentioned a little earlier, though, about, what's the source of this? Like I said, it's an embarrassment of riches. There's so much.
You got to play something or it's going to end.
The idea that maybe a scout coming by from some other planet and checking us out and heading off or whatever. I mean, there's much more than that. And of course, as you know from interviewing Jacques Vallée, he dug into the literature and found out, you can go back millennia and see descriptions of exactly what we're talking about today. So as far as where they come from or what they're doing here, I myself have written a paper called Extraterrestrials, where I try to cover the gamut. And I cover everything. Yeah, they could be spacecraft from some other galaxy whipping through here, Or maybe there's some Atlanteans left over from eons ago, and they're just kind of hiding out in the seabed or some mountain range someplace. Or maybe some ET group showed up here 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 years ago, and they're hiding out with some base who thinks that, well, maybe it's coming back. And then there's the whole idea, since this is like to talk about additional dimensions, I mean, they come from another. So anyway, then in my ultra-terrestrial paper, I list everyone I can think of and say, we should be exploring all of these. So at this point, I would say, we know it's NHI, non-human intelligence, but it's not clear what the source is. Maybe at a higher level of classification than I had access to, maybe it's known. But right now, I'd say we don't.
Do you have a suspicion?
I guess my suspicion that it's likely non-human intelligence from some other galaxy or far out in our own galaxy that have come here with some time back, and that there are stations here. One of our remote viewers that was really good came up one day and said, I was looking around and I think I found a UFO base on Earth. This was during the remote viewing era, and oh my God, I've got to report this to my CIA contract monitor. Do I want to tell him that? So I did, and one of the places he came up with but one of the places he came up with was Mount Zeal in Australia. And so my CIA contract monitor says, well, I know
you sandbagging son of a bitch. How are you?
CIA station keeper out in Australia. I think I'll call him.
Zoot, you're never going to believe who was here to speak with you. Do you know who Lee Gandhi? Do you know who Lee Gandhi is? Lee Gandhi's nuts. Zoot, I've got a million of those jokes that I want to explore with you.
Life would be easier if Jay. I'll just buy 4 Bitcoin and just go to jail for 20 years and just do a bloody war in prison. I'd have a lot of fun.
Dude, that was all a fake thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was like.
All right, so give me the lowdown. What happened? What did she say?
What did you do?
Yeah.
Oh, she just did a video in some prison.
All right, so it was all a fake? Zoot, I expect you to give me my Bonnie Blue information since I don't follow that bitch. I'm too cool for her. So what's her deal? Do you remember that time I asked you a question and you didn't answer?
Yeah.
Yeah, why don't you answer my question, dog?
I will.
I asked you a question.
What?
Was it all it was all a hoax? Why was it a hoax?
it was a hoax because it was a hoax because she was doing a video where she was in jail.
All right, so she really didn't go to jail?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
All right, well, Zoo, I'm almost done playing this game with Audie, and then I'm going to beat the shit out of you in any game you want. In the meantime, are you under 15.2% body fat?
I'm 14.9% body fat.
So why don't you go to the male strip club now and tell the dude that you're ready to suck dicks or whatever you're going to do?
Alright, we'll do that.
When are you going to do that? Yo, pimp.
Rabbi, I'll be home in an hour, 2 hours.
Okay, sounds good. We'll see you then.
2.5 at the most.
Sounds like a plan, Stan.
If I'm any longer, I'll let you know. But yeah, 2.5 at the most.
All right, I'll make sure Lee Gandhi says hello. Oh, I won. We can keep chatting. I don't understand what you mean. Hello. Nice hand.
And I won't tell him why I'm asking, but I'll ask him about Mount Seal area. So he gave him a call. And he said, I'd like to ask you about that Mount Seal area. He says, oh, you mean where the UFOs are always flying around? Whoa. So I thought, oh, gee, you know. So this was from Pat Price. I take him seriously. Let me give you an anecdote. I mean, I know it's hard to believe that some of this stuff could possibly be real. But here was the real game changer for me. One day, Pat Price, during the remote viewing program, came in the office and he said, I got bored last night, so I started looking around, and I decided to look at the Oval Office. And as I kind of did my way around the Oval Office, I realized there's something in the Oval Office that will harm him, and he will not get through his second term. And I'm thinking to myself, oh my God, I have to report that to a CIA contract manager, which I did. And so they sent a team over looking for, hidden microwaves, hidden toxic substances. And they didn't come up with anything. Of course, we now know from history, it was the tape recorder that did him in. And he couldn't make it through a second term because
this is during the Nixon administration?
Yeah, Nixon administration.
Wow.
And so interesting enough, when he reported that, I said, oh my God, that means Spyro Agnew will be president because he's the vice president. And he says, no, he goes first.
Girl, hold on a second.
Now, it turns out he did go first because of some money laundering scheme. So when I sit down and try to say, okay, what are the statistics of having somebody see that a president is going to make it through his next term and his vice president is not going to take over because he goes first? I mean, the odds of that, there's just no doubt that means it's really something.
Well, especially when you consider Nixon was one of the most popularly elected presidents ever.
Right.
I mean, he won by an enormous margin. That was the whole where the vice president or the other candidate's vice president had electroshock therapy that hadn't been revealed.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and it turned out people were very concerned that he's mentally ill. But it was too late to replace him. They didn't know what to do. They finally replaced him, but it was too late.
That's right.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah, that was a big part of the whole thing. So,
now one thing you may be surprised to learn, and you've asked me from time to time, well, what did I think as I'm facing into all this stuff? We as physicists think about time going forward in a reasonable way. And as I mentioned, the Princeton lab got involved. Robert John at Princeton was very good in quantum theory and so on. And he knows that in quantum theory, time is kind of a slippery slope. We have the space-time metric and the possibility of maybe seeing something in the future or something in the past. And so he did a series of remote viewing experiments very much like what we were doing. But sometimes he would have somebody go to a site and then wait a week and have somebody describe where the person went. Or you might have somebody describe where a person went, but the person didn't go until a week later. And so he did a lot of experiments, which, by the way, were good enough. He also got published in the proceedings of the IEEE, Institute of Electronics Engineers, a couple of years after our paper, like 78 or so. And so it turned out that the results, either looking a bit into the future, a bit into the past, the results were just as good. So that sort of helped solve another problem for us, because we were always, I can't blame the skeptics coming forward. In fact, our favorite phrase is, as far as remote viewing goes, there are two outcomes. People who investigate it know it works. People who don't and know it can't. And that's sort of it. So anyway, a big thing that we always got pushed on was, well, if these people are so psychic, why aren't they rich? Why aren't they at Las Vegas? Why aren't they doing silver futures or whatever? So, well, it turned out I had a chance to test that, because as it turns out, my wife, Adrienne Kennedy, was on the board of a new grammar school that was set up in the Bay Area where we were at the time. And so I was trying to raise money because they were about $25,000 short. And so I went to a wealthy dentist I knew of and said, would you mind giving $25,000 for this school that's just being set up? We're short. He says, oh, wait a minute, I know who you are. You have that ESP program over at SRI, don't you? And I said, yeah. He said, tell you what, I do silver futures. If you can get your ESP people to tell me what's happening each day, the next day in silver futures, I will follow what you tell me, and I'll bet on it and see if I make money based on that. And tell you what, whatever money I get, I'll give your school 10% of what I make. Don't worry, if I lose money, I won't charge you. So anyway, that was interesting. Well, by now in the program, we recognize that, okay, there's the bell curve, so anybody can do it to some degree. So I simply went to the board of directors of the school and said, we're going to go into silver futures to make our missing $25,000. But I'm not going to ask you what you think the market's going to do the next day, because that'll depend on what you've read or what you hope for or whatever. We're going to do something different. I'm going to pick a couple of objects that are very different from each other. I'm going to label one of them market up. I'm going to label the other one market down. And I want you to describe to me today the object I'm going to show you tomorrow, which will depend on what the market does. And so, okay, and I gave him this shortened version of how, don't try to image it, just try to get, it's a visceral thing. How do you feel about it? What's the sort of texture of it, and so on. And Jamie, can you pull up that first of the? It shows the wooden figurine and the tape measure. If you could show that, yeah. So on a given day, I have two objects. Of course, they're different as they can be in case you get a lousy description or whatever. So on a given day, that's a couple of objects I picked out, and I labeled the one to myself. I labeled the one on the left, mark it up. The one on the right, mark it down. But they have no idea what my objects are.
Right.
So the next day, if you get the following slide. Do you have the following slide?
A previous slide.
Yeah.
Is that it? Is that what you're looking for?
That's it. Okay. And so I had 7 viewers, and on this particular day, 5 of them didn't turn out much. But one of the viewers said, I've got something all squirreled up in a can, all wound around, and I hear the words 1, 2, 3 said rhythmically.
Tape.
The second guy, same thing, a can, all something all around it. So that's what I go with. Anyway, make a long story short, 30 days in the market, we made $260,000 for the investor. We got our 10%, which is $26,000. So we got a bit of a bonus there for the school.
Why didn't you guys keep going and get rich?
Well, that I know. Everybody asked me that. Truth of the matter, it was almost a 24-hour a day job to do this. And meanwhile, we're back over at the lab training Army intelligence remote viewers how to remote use. So
clearly, that wasn't your ambition.
It just wasn't my ambition. Yeah.
But you proved your point.
I proved my point.
So now, when going into the future, you're reasonably certain that these things, this is a real phenomenon. Do you ever get access to these materials that you were testing earlier? Have you ever seen anything?
Yes, I have. One sample I can talk about is.
Are there things you can't talk about?
There are things I can't talk about, right? But there's one sample I can talk about, which you could put up on the screen. That would be that.
This right here? It's right here?
Yeah, right. It turns out that an Army person said that his grandfather had been involved in picking up debris from the Roswell crash. And so he sent it, of all places, he sent it to Art Bell of the radio podcast, the great Art Bell. So Art Bell turned it over to Linda Howe. So she's, got it. And so she said she'd make it available and so on. So about this time, I had already had my viewpoint shifted, as I say, by Edward Teller about, we should have more openness going on. And so, in fact, Tom DeLonge came along and, the punk rock, Bleach 182, and said, we should be, by the way, this is before even things came out in the New York Times in December 2017. He says, I've been talking to people at some aerospace corporations, and they're saying how hard it is to get students to do their engineering and come to work for us. And so he said, well, if there's anything to, quote, the UFO area, maybe you could generate some interest that way. And so, long story short, he got Jim Simovan, now retired high-level person at CIA, got me.
Keep that up to date.
And so, anyway, we started To the Stars Academy of Arts and Science. And so we were part of what was behind helping Leslie Kean get that story out in the New York Times to break out that something was really going on behind the scenes.
Back to this material.
So anyway, on this material, she came up with this material.
How big is this? What we're looking at?
Oh, it's about this big.
So 4 inches, something like that?
Yeah,
okay.
Pretty big. And so it's got all these layers. So on the one hand, you could say, well, this is just a guy sending in some stuff. There's no chain of custody.
Right.
You don't know if he's a fraud, making it up or whatever. But anyway, it turned out those are layers of titanium and bismuth. So anyway, Tom DeLonge got a hold of the copy, and so we said, okay, we're going to do everything we can to nail this down. So we actually set up a contract with an Army office, and then they arranged for ARROW, the All Domain Anomalies Resolution Office, to consider taking this seriously. And so they arranged that this could be analyzed by Oak Ridge National Laboratory. And so we provided this to them to analyze. Okay.
And what were the results?
Well, the results were that there's no obvious proof that it comes from out of our solar system, because there are various isotopes that would be different if it came from some other solar system. So that would be the first thing you'd look for and say, oh, this really is ET. So that didn't work. The second part, though, was a little more interesting, and that is these layers of magnesium and bismuth, I mean, those are the size of a human hair, some of those layers. And they said, well, we can't find any evidence in the history of development of materials like that. And can't even imagine anybody want to make it. So it's an anomaly.